All right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow decoders around the world, wherever you may be, male and female, my name is Logan, your tour guide, and this is Decode Your Reality. What's your question number 77? If you've been paying attention, I put out What's Your Question 78 out of order, but it doesn't matter because as fate would have it, we'd come back around to do number 77. So here we are. What's your question 77? Glad to have you here. Thanks for all your support. Big shout out to all of my Patreons. Thank you so very much for your continued support. I have so many amazing videos that will be coming out exclusively on the Patreon. I have some like massive decodes. And ladies and gentlemen, at this stage of the game, at this stage of my evolution as a decoder, as somebody who breaks down the source code behind the final product, meaning this world that we live in, I'm so close. I am so close to figuring it all out. I'm going to leave it there. Like you say, well, what does that mean? I'm just going to leave it there. I am so close to figuring it all out. And I have so many people to thank because it's a group effort. And there's too many names to count. Too many names to count. So I'm wearing the sunglasses again to remind you that you're in a movie. See, what I can tell you from what the research shows is that this reality, you probably heard, oh, we're living in a simulation. What does that mean? Like, a lot of people say that, but then they don't tell you what that means. So a simulation is merely something that gets programmed and a bunch of data gets inputted into it. And then when you press enter or go, it runs, and then all the data and inputs and moving parts and screenplays and movie stars and all of us move through our reality, your screenplay, your life. You become the actor or the actress on the world stage. It's designed exclusively for you. There are no accidents in your life. There are no mistakes in your life. That's what the research shows. So the next time you get angry at something, maybe you want to step back and laugh a little bit, because it was meant to happen for you, not to you. Okay, it was meant to happen for you, not to you. So we're inside of a movie. That's what the glasses prop is. And a lot of the shows and a lot of the movies have been saying this to all of us. Too many to count, which I've been talking about so much over the course of 5 years now. Been saying this, really. And, you know, as fate would have it, here we are, June 1st, 2024. June 1st is an interesting date because on June 1st, 1969, The Wizard of Oz came out. The Wizard of Oz. And the man that they casted to play the Wizard of Oz just so happened to have a birthday on June 1st. Actually, I take that back. I don't think The Wizard of Oz came out on June 1st. It came out in 1969. But the man they casted to play the Wizard has a birth card of the Three of Spades, June 1st, which this card right here, guess who else has that birthday? How about Morgan Freeman? How many times did he play those big roles, characters? Lucy played God in Bruce Almighty. Big actor on the world stage. How about The Truman Show? That came out on this day today, 1998. All the way back to 1998, the massive hit Truman Show came out, and it's linked to this card. It's the card of the artists, and then the tarot converts it into the picture, and you have this, which tells you that when you enter into this reality called life, you will face death. This is theology talking about you will positively die when you bite the apple. The apple means if you want to go play that game, if you want to be part of the dream, if you want to be an actor on the world stage, if you want to go play out a character, you positively will die. The research continues to show these characteristics as factual. Now, I'm not going to talk deeply about the factual perspective because these are all based on the research that I've been showing, and it's not for everybody, and I'm not asking you to agree with me. So I say that loosely factual, right? The research shows that. But I'm going to be very loose with that because a lot of you don't agree with the research, and that's totally fine. It's this. If you don't think that you're in a movie, and on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, the research also shows, and I'm doing this for fun, right? This is fun. You're not in control of your life. That rubs a lot of people, so many the wrong way. Oh, I'm in charge of my life. How are you to prove that? The research shows otherwise, that all of me, we're a non-player character, and you're being used in the dream, because we're living in the dream of the cosmos, and it's a movie, and it's a simulation, and it was already written, the code was already written, and God press enter, and then the code starts to run. And now when you incarnate, it was in the timeline for you to incarnate. Your parents humped, out pops you, and then a new seedling is born, and now you're part of the chain gang. You're part of the soul family, if you will. That's what the research shows. And every single one of us, the fact that is a fact is that every single one of us will face death. Every single one of us. That's what the research shows. So, that's my long intro. Welcome out, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here, really, because you could have been anywhere tonight, and I appreciate you joining in on this. What's your question number 77? I'm going to take as many questions as I can. You know, I like to do my rants. I'm going to do my best to really dive into this kind of stuff. So if you have a question, shoot them out. Shoot them out. And yeah, Michael Jones, Wizard of Oz, 1939. Thank you for that correction. 1939. I was mistaken. I meant to say the actor they had play the Wizard of Oz. He was born on June 1st. Mr. Mann says Ted Bundy could have had some more control and sympathy. Wasn't part of his code. See, what the code says, and this is, you would say code. I'm talking, see, most people just observe life, and that's it. And that's totally fine. That's what I call the final product. But before, what makes up the final product is letters, numbers, and symbols. So if you're somebody who's a coder, Python, C#, if you're into HTML, letters, numbers, and symbols, that's what programs are so below, which is the cell phone and computer. And then you have the final product, which is your website, which is the software, Apple software, whatever you got, whatever Jelly Bean, whatever you're running on your phone. That's the final product running the phone. But behind that is code. And that's our so below code. Well, it continues to go on up because from this reality as a final product, it's made up of letters, numbers, and symbols. You can't see them. And then you can get into frequencies and magnetic and electric, and that these are principles and perspectives, and they are part of that construct. But letters, numbers, and symbols is what measures the waves, measures the frequency, light, the whole 9 yards. And when you start to look at the code behind the final product, you're going to start to see a scripted reality, and nobody gets a hall pass, and that included Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy incarnated, he ran into the simulation, part of the simulation, and he was designed to be a serial killer. That's what the code says. Not everybody incarnates to be the good guy or the good girl. Some people incarnate to be the bad guy or bad girl, because you need to have a clash of energy, and that energy is like ATP for the universe. Like when you the cells in your body, they create ATP, which is the energy that you use as a human being to move and do what you got to do in life. Well, then we become cells inside of the battery, which is being harvested for our energy. And when we fight and have division and disillusion and dissonance and a love and fear emotions, that creates ATP for whatever's feeding off of us. And that's why you have anode and cathode on a battery in your car, and this reality has an anode and cathode, and one feeds the other, and it's currency exchange, this entire reality. Same with a computer. It's the same exact situation. Mitch is asking about Bill Donahue and his ideas of getting into the right brain. His seems to be contrary to remaining lukewarm. I haven't really watched the video on Bill Donahue and him talking about the right brain. For me, it's the center point. It will always be the center point. If you go right, if you go left, that's hot, that's cold. That's peace, that's evil. That's yin, that's yang. If you go on either side, you will essentially be recycled back in. Now, this is a theory of mine. I can't prove that, but the code supports that. So when I talk about being lukewarm, I'm talking about being in the center place. And the big keyword really is, you ever seen the emoji, the meh, meh, and the meh has the straight meh? Well, I just decoded some code on it, and it's unbelievable, the code. Showing that the way out is to be meh, to be lukewarm. Some of you don't want to be here anymore. Well, what entails getting, if you can you get out of this reality? Is there a way? Is there a structure to getting out of this reality? I've been on the hunt for it for a long time. And it's part of my job, part of my responsibility. Well, the code says that you can't start playing the game and be reactive and start feeding it. You can't be going out. I'm just telling you, I'm going to be extremely hardcore right now. Extremely. So I'm going to tell all of you like it is. You can't be running out and screwing people, having sex and dumping orgasms, and can't be doing that stuff. Because you're it's hot and cold. You're now part of the hot and cold club. You can't be out there, chasing the dream and living the dream, and can't be doing that. It's meh and lukewarm is, I'm bored with this reality. I don't want to suffer anymore. But what comes with that, ladies and gentlemen, is that you really don't have these emotions anymore. And what I'm talking about is, and I've talked about it many times, is what makes a great judge in a court of law? Well, what makes a great judge in a court of law is a judge, male or female, that does not judge with their emotions. We're told to follow your heart. Follow your heart. Don't follow your mind, follow your heart. Well, all of you probably know what love feels like. Raises the oxytocin. The greatest feeling in the world, love, right? But then what comes with that? Nightmares, troubles, challenges. I know some of you that are in relationships, you're going to defend it because you're in the relationship and you say, well, it's worth it. Great, then that's part of your script. If you feel that you want to go in that route and go in that way of living, that's part of your script. Don't listen to what I got to tell you. But there are a very small few of you that know what I'm talking about, and I've shown the source code on what this says and what it talks about being lukewarm and being spit out of thy mouth. I broke it down. If you're a member of Patreon, I broke it down big time in the Pac-Man Decode, big time in the Pac-Man Decoded. And I'm going to show all of you, to back it up again, using Hebrew numerology, that the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is what uses you through that script as a human being. See, the most popular spell book on the world stage is the Bible, the Old Testament, the New Testament. And the energy, the good, the bad, and the ugly, the demons and the angels, those concepts are part of the religion. Because the demons would be the bad guys or the bad girls, and the angels would be the good guys or the good girls. But it's the 72 names of God in Judaism. If you want, now again, if you don't have to believe in this, but I'm just giving you the thoughts to think about. 72 plus 72 is 144. That's the 144,000. The 72 angels and demons, they are the yin yang, the sliding pendulum going back and forth, the hot and cold, the left and right, the peace and evil. They all work for the same boss, whatever you think that is. So when you're in the very middle, you realize that it's two sides of the same coin. And you're using me as a character on the world stage, part of your construct, part of your simulation. And when you study the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh and the letters, it's not just the letters in Hebrew, it's the shape of the letter, the phonetics of it, how it moves, and the vibrational frequency. And Chaldean's directly tied to it, by the way. But if you start studying the hieroglyphs behind the Hebrew letters, you're going to start to see, your eyes will get wide open and you'll see through that script. And what that script says is the Yod, when you go all the way back to what it came from, Phoenician, it means an arm. It's an arm. An arm. Okay, now what do we do? What did a lot of you do? If you were living in the 1980s like me, you probably went to an arcade. And what do you use in an arcade? Your arm. What do you put your arm on and hand on? The joystick to control the character. Well, what comes after the Yod? It's the Hey. Yod-Hey. And what is the Hey linked to in Egyptian? The window. So it's the Yod grabbing the joystick and looking at the video screen to control each and every one of us. And then it's the Yod-Heh-Vav, which is the number 6, the 6th letter in the Hebrew alphabet. And that letter right there is tied to DNA, and it's tied to the baby, and it's tied to each and every one of us. And 6 is the first perfect number in mathematics. It's the element carbon, which is the 666. That's why we're all little devils down here. And then after the Yod-Heh-Vav, it goes back to the Hey, and now you and I look at our reality through our window, which is our eyes. That's what Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh means. God grabbing the joystick, looking through its window at you and I, and then we do the same thing, looking through our window, which is the eyeball, the iris. And here we are. This is what's your question 77, which is tied to iridium on the periodic table. Now, if you don't like that story, totally fine. I'll show you some other ways that it tells you the same thing in other cultures. Same situation. You can get into mainstream, The Truman Show, which today is the birthday of The Truman Show, talked a lot about mankind being controlled as a non-player character. So it doesn't, if you're somebody who's summoning, there's people out there that conjure this and conjure that and they're working with this. I don't care. It doesn't matter what you're working with. They all work for the same boss. If you're working with energy in this reality, it's owned by a boss. So if you're somebody who believes in angels and demons, well, they both work for the same boss. If anything in this construct called Earth is owned by this, it's a Ponzi scheme. That's what the research shows. The whole thing. Kabbalah, the religions, secret societies, organizations, they all do not get a hall pass. They are all non-player characters, and they are all owned and used by the same boss, energy. And then you can branch it off and talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about. I don't care. That's what the research shows, folks. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like what I'm saying, and you don't have to agree. If this is not for you, if you're like, oh, Logan's full of shit, then this is not for you. I'm not here to make friends with this information. I'm not here to try to get likes and subscriptions. I'm not going to ask you to press this button and that. I don't care about that. I'm here to deliver to you a message. As a decoder and research, I'm doing stuff that, that I'm supposed to be doing, and I'm showing it to you. And this is the information that I'm giving to you. And you don't have to agree. That's totally fine. But they're all NPCs. Mr. Man, I don't think the Pope is an NPC. He is a non-player character. The Pope is a non-player character. What does a non-player character mean? He's not in control of his life. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the Pope is not budging from his course of action. Now, logic and common sense, let's use some now, right? Do you think that the Pope kind of knows a thing or two about a thing or two? Well, I would hope you would say yes. Probably knows a little bit more than you and I do. Like they have this library nobody has. Like they have access to stuff. They probably have a little bit more access to information than we do. And ladies and gentlemen, that guy is not changing the course of his action. You would think that he knows what it says in the book that he uses. He knows. But he's not budging. He is all in, as I say. So what does that tell you? If he ain't changing his course of action and you can see he's all in, that kind of dissolves all this Luciferian and all this, it's the dark hats. And yeah, you could describe those energies like that, but it is a big Ponzi scheme. A big one. The whole thing is a Ponzi scheme. All the history, all the books that were written, you can go back thousands of years, doesn't matter. They're owned by the same boss. The whole thing. Black Suit Spicy is my, you asked about, is this part of the script? 1,000%. 1,000%. Teresa says they also have that future vision thingy. Yeah, it's called the Chronovisor. Chronovisor. Now, I've never seen it, so it's an idea. Is it real? It's a good story. Maybe. Do these famous people know about numerology? You mean numerology. It's not gematria. It's called numerology. Gematria is a Hebrew practice, and that's when you code words into numbers. We don't do that. We decode. So we're not coding to write scripts pertaining to numbers. We're putting the numbers in the calculator. We're finding the numbers, and then you got to know what the numbers mean. That's not gematria. It's called numerology. So do these famous people, do famous people know about numerology? Of course they do. A lot of them have numerologists that they visit. A lot of them have astrologers that they visit. Yes, it's me. Does the name Palmer mean anything? It would mean a ton of things. You'd have to break down the letters and what it means, and then you can tie it off into the tarot and the cards of illumination and alchemy. There's so many different ways you can branch off into that. Silver B says, we've been told one big lie. What would that lie be? What lie are you talking about? You just been told stuff. You know, it's interesting. I was watching, if you're a fan of Bashar has, which is Daryl Anka. He's a channeler. And he was talking to somebody about how this reality works. And the guy was up asking him a question about the underground bunkers and the bases and the FEMA camps and the millions of the disposable coffins they have waiting and all that. It was just so like fear-based ideas. And Bashar simply told the guy, whatever you believe will become your reality. That's what he basically told the guy. So the guy's like, well, is that stuff going to happen if you end up moving into that dimensional frequency? So there was that perspective to look and take it in consideration. It was an interesting one, that maybe we're just branching off into these timelines. And, you know, the show Loki was really cool talking about those. But are you just branching off into your timeline based upon what you believe? It's really interesting. Alexander Michael is asking how I have dissipated the fear of death. Well, I've let it go. I mean, the thing is that one day you're going to die. And there's no getting around that. So when you look at that, say, yeah, I'm going to die one day. Well, then you make peace with it. It's just that simple. I'm all about keeping it really simple, not overcomplicating it. And death is just death. We don't know what happens after that. We don't know if we can get out, if there like this theoretical position that I'm telling the world that you can get out and not have to come back. These are theories. Can I prove it? No. Nobody can prove anything beyond living. There is no proof of anything. That's a fact as well. But how to get past the death, knowing you're going to die one day. And that's part of your screenplay. That's your inevitability. That's something we all share, is the inevitability of death. We all share that same thing. Mary Stevens is asking about choosing our parents and choosing our life journey. Yeah, that's another big theory out there. Like, oh, you chose your parents, you chose your entire life, you chose your screenplay. Okay, I think that's a cool idea. That would mean that all the serial killers got to choose theirs. All the serial killers got to choose their parents and their shitty upbringing. A lot of them, the majority of them had the environment of, curtailing into a serial killer. So they would have to choose those. How could there be any exceptions to that? I have a friend who does Akashic record readings, and we did a podcast, and that's what she believes. But I just postulate that, well, that means that, that the bad guys or the bad girls, they choose theirs as well. I mean, would you choose that as a character role? Now, again, we don't know, like Westworld did a great job talking about this, the show by Michael Crichton, and then HBO, the show. They did a great job talking about this is just an amusement park. It's a fantasy land. It's not even real. And I confirm that. I believe this reality is not real. It's real in the sense that we call it real. We have pain, we have emotions, we have senses. Yes. But is the movie you watch real? No. But it's real because there's real actors and there's real cameramen and there's real producers and directors. So is the movie you're watching or the show you're watching real? Yes, it's real. But they're acting it out. That's consciously acting it out. Here's your screenplay. Read your screenplay. Well, you see, you don't need to read your screenplay. Screenplay is in the voice in your head. See, I'm talking right now, and the voice in your head's talking, and it's probably, some of you are saying, this Logan guy's an idiot. What a dumbass. A lot of you have negativity towards what I'm saying, and then a lot of you are like, yeah, whatever. Whatever it is, your flavor. I don't appeal to everybody. That's okay. See, I'm a messenger. I'm here to remove division. I'm here to remove the dissonance. How would you remove the division and dissonance? Knowing that you're not in control of your reality. That completely eliminates all the dissonance, trying to be in front of everybody, trying to be in charge, trying to have competition, trying to be better than somebody else. There removes all that. It doesn't matter. It just falls away and melts away. It doesn't matter anymore. Giovanna's asking about believing what we want in our life and it will happen. Well, like I do readings for people, and I often suggest that they do vision boards. But again, see, I'm part of the screenplay. If somebody invites me to do a decode for them personally, and I do a decode and I sit down for hours and I show them all their code, it was part of the screenplay for them. So whatever I suggest and whatever they do, part of the screenplay. Like there's this illusion like, well, I'm going to go choose what I'm going to go to. There's door number 1, door number 2, and door number 3. And the illusion is that you get to choose what door that you go through. But what the research shows is that every one of those doors is already predetermined. So if you choose, and there may be that choice. Maybe that is where the free will is, where I'm going to choose door number 2. But door number 2 was already predestined for you. It was already part of the simulation. And then you go through the door and you start to experience that timeline. See, I've done so much research on so many different people, places, and things, from bands, musicians, actors, and the research is crystal clear that they didn't have a choice. They were destined to come together and form bands. They were destined to sing or dance or act. Your destiny was already set and established before you ever were even thought of. That's what the research shows. And on top of that, the research also shows that this reality is not real and it's just the dream of the cosmos. Why are we fighting then? Because I told you this reality is a harvesting center, meaning that it's a battery. So I want you to use the analogy of your car. Every one of you probably drive a car. Well, under the hood of your car, there's a battery. But you don't pay any attention to the battery unless the car dies, then maybe you give it some attention. Every day you get in that car and you turn the key and you start it up, you don't think battery. You just start the car up and you got other things to do. But without that battery, your car's not going anywhere. So the battery is a main component of you getting to work or going to the store or whatever. Inside that battery, what is the purpose of the battery? Energy exchange. It's designed to give electrical energy to the distributor cap, the electronics in your car. It's designed to give energy to the car so you can go from point A to point B. And then you see that analogy, turn that into how you are. We are batteries. You're a battery. That's why we have a circulatory system. That's why we're electrical beings. And inside this body, there are billions of cells. And the cells in a battery are the same cells in our body. Same example. The cells in our body create energy called ATP, and they give us the energy to move. They give us the energy to get angry. They give us the energy to fall in love. They give us the energy to go screw people. They give us the energy to go rob people. They give us the energy to do whatever we got to do. And then those people, when you come in contact with them, they have emotional reaction, and the cells in their body use ATP to do the same thing. And when two people come together to form a bond, especially like lovemaking, of course, what is an orgasm? When two people come together and they have an orgasm, that's ATP going off. That's an explosion. And that energy is going somewhere, and it's getting harvested. Because inside this contained system, it's a cell, Earth, it's a harvesting station. Just like you're harvesting your body for energy, what do you think? You think the reality is not the same? Earth, it's the same situation. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, right? It's not doom and gloom. We have to just look at this and say, okay, well, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. See, I'm going to die one day. That's just the way it is. Okay, if that's just the way it is, that's just the way it is. Soul contract, same thing. All these terminologies that people use, soul contracts, life path, etc., etc. Yeah, soul, spirit, soul is the sun. See, the foundation, I'll tell you what the foundation of this reality is based on the great beast above, which is the zodiac wheel, which is the ecliptic, and which is the stars and the constellation, that's the heavenly realm. That's the as above. And when the sun goes around the ecliptic, going through the 4 seasons, spring, summer, fall, and winter, moving back and forth along the equator like a snake, like a serpent. That's what the sun does. It's a pendulum. That sun, as it stops through certain zodiac signs, that's the energy that it's being delivered to the earth and being harvested from the earth. So when you look at your astrological chart, the answer should be for all of you. If somebody says, what's your sign? Should be, I'm all 12. Because you are all 12. What's your rising sign? That's different. But what sign are you? I'm all 12. Because you are. You have 12 houses. You have all 12 zodiac signs. And some of you have energy in certain zodiac signs that have celestials there. That's the harvesting going on. That's your person, and that delivers your personality. Well, the research shows that that thing is harvesting the energy, and the sun is the pivoter of that. The sun, as it goes around, it works with the zodiac signs and the celestials that are there with the moon, and it harvests energy. And the sun, the research shows the sun is the RNA to our DNA, the ribonucleic acid to the deoxyribonucleic acid. That's what the research shows. Bobby says, that's just the way it is. You know, that's a great song. That song popped in my head maybe 3 weeks ago when I was doing a decode. Woke up and that song came on. That's just the way it is. Some things will never change. That's right. Lovato Clear Clouds asks, how do we beat the game and advance from being NPC? I've already gone over this. I mean, have you not watched the Prison Planet series? I've already gone over this a million times. With the lukewarm, spit you out. I've already talked about this so many times. I guess I'm going to just humor you because I guess you haven't watched because your question, I mean, I've gone over this. It's a tall order. If the theory that I've been shown, if it's right, if it's correct, and I say if, right? I'm not saying it's the ultimate now. I want to be very clear. If what I'm proposing to the world is right, it's a tall order to do. Because you're literally just being meh to the world. You're not falling in love and having kids and pumping out kids and getting married and doing follow your heart and doing all this stuff. You're not doing that anymore. You're not selling all the customs and the Passover, and that shit is part of this matrix. If you don't want to be part of this matrix anymore, you can't be doing the things of the matrix. So again, if the theory that I'm proposing is correct, that means you got to literally give it all up. I'm not saying you have to just crawl under a rock and do nothing. What I'm saying is you can't be attached to things. You can't be falling in love. You can't be pumping out kids. This turns people the wrong way. Because some of you have children and you would just say, no, that can't be it. Of course you're going to say that. So it would completely eliminate my theory. Those of you that have kids, you don't fall into the category of what I'm saying because you can't buy into or believe what I'm saying because you got kids, and that instantly and automatically pushes up and causes resistance in your life and says, well, I couldn't be part of that club. So what would that mean? You get recycled back into the game, which is not a bad deal, right? Like, life's pretty amazing if you got a good code. A lot of you would come back and play the game again. If the game turned into a golden age, a lot of you would definitely come back and make that choice to play again. You would. If you got a good code. If you have a shitty code and your life sucks and you're struggling and you're getting gang stalked and all this stuff, you would probably say, I'm not going to do it again. I'm not going to do that again. I get it. But again, the theory is that do we even have that choice? And then on top of that, when we leave this reality, we don't even know what the hell it looks like. All these people talk about all this near-death experience and out-of-body, and there's this and that, and you can't prove any of that stuff. It's an idea that popped into your head, but you have nothing to ground it to. You have a story that it'd become a really good book. You can write a damn good book on your stories and your out-of-body experience. And again, I'm not saying they're wrong, but what I am saying is the people that are talking about all these fairylands and dimensions and stuff, I'm not saying they don't exist, but you cannot support it with anything to ground it here in this reality. Nothing. It's a vision. It's like me waking up and saying, I had this dream. I had this dream and this happened and that happened, but it's just a dream. It's an idea. And that's about as far as I can go with it. You got it, ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at a guy, I'm a realist. I'm not a fairy tale deliverer. I need concrete, substantial evidence to support, because that's what this reality is made up of. If you study the code in a computer system, one little letter or symbol off will jack up the whole operating system. I'll give you a prime example. My website right now is jacked up. Why? Because I had a coder go in there and try to do some plug-in stuff try to change some code, and he jacked up my whole website. Now it's like jacked up. Now I got to get it fixed because he changed some code and it changed the whole entire operating system. Now you go to my website, it's just all messed up. One little thing, two little things, you change one little thing and it just messes everything up. This reality runs in the same mannerism. It has certain code, letters, numbers, and symbols, and it behaves exactly that way. And there's not going to be any changing or fudging anything. Everything in this reality is exact. There are no accidents and mistakes in this reality. We just like to use those words to make ourselves feel better. I'm sorry I'm late. You're not late. You just didn't get here on the exact time we agreed upon. Whoop did he freaking do? But life's about looking good, and we're so traumatized by the ego and like looking bad, and that's part of the construct and part of the program. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, a lot of people ask, well, how do you win the game of life? How do you get out? Stop watching the damn mainstream, man. It's part of this construct. The mainstream uses religion. They use the Bible. They use the religion. They use the government. They use the state. It's all part of the same damn Ponzi scheme. The whole thing is operated by the Ponzi scheme, which is operated by the same energy. So if you don't want to be part of this construct anymore, turn the damn thing off. A lot of you can't. I see it. People sending, I know you, those of you, I see it. And I'm not saying that you're doing it wrong. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. And maybe you're supposed to hear this message. What I'm saying is that when you turn off the mainstream, life becomes easier, because now you're not living in like, I'm going to make my move. And like, there's this big pole shift. Like, I was a big person and proponent of that. And if it happens and I don't make it past the pole shift, and there really is something like a pole shift, and I die, so be it. That's the stage I'm at in my life, because I don't know what goes on beyond this, but I don't know, maybe it ends, maybe we get recycled back in. But what are we going to be afraid of? But when you turn that shit off, well, then there is that layer of ignorance is bliss. Like, people send me stuff on, like, somebody sent me a video on Trump getting found guilty. Who cares? Why are you sending me this stuff? Not because I know what you're watching. You're influenced by the mainstream. It's just a big movie. It's just a movie. That's all it is. And it's harvesting your energy. Don't you have something better to do? You are giving your energy to the mainstream, and it's harvesting your energy, and it's stealing your imagination, and it's stealing your dreams. I mean, the transformation of energy right now, and then the transition of the ages is clear. In the United States, you got a guy that's acting as head honcho, and he can't put two sentences together. And then you got a guy who's running for president and gets convicted and found guilty. I mean, that stuff's never happened. That should tell you the movie's about to change. In a big way, it has to. But you can't fear that. Now, if you were living in the woods and you never turned on the radio or the news, and you were just in the woods and doing your thing, you wouldn't even see it coming. You wouldn't care. If it was your destiny to die and some big tidal wave blew over your head and you drowned, I'd rather have that thing catch me by surprise than know it's coming and then run around in fear trying to avoid it. I got to go here. I got to go there. Because why? Because people are so afraid of death. They're deathly afraid of death. That's right, Jane. I've already decoded Trump. He has no choice in the matter. He also is living through a scripted reality. The guy's tied right to the sun. His birth card is the 3 of diamonds, which is the ribonucleic acid card. Okay, the messenger. What do you think he says? I am the chosen one. He said that in 2007. I don't know. I'm the chosen one. Yeah, you're the chosen one to lead the mainstream into the mainstream, to keep them in the mainstream. Remember, these people are programs in the construct. All you have to do, folks, is start looking at life like a computer. Like if you're somebody who uses a laptop or a desktop computer, there's files on your computer. And there's things in those files. Those are your ideas. All the things that happen in this reality, they get put into a folder. That's exactly what happens in our reality from the base fundamental of collective consciousness. And then you get your reality that has the folders. And your folders contain trauma. There's folders in your life that have trauma. Oh, I'm afraid of the dark. That's a folder in your consciousness. That's an idea. Oh, I hate that person. That's a folder in your consciousness. Now you have a hate folder. And if you want to clean your life up, you got to start deleting the files. How do you delete the files? You say you're sorry, or you just let it go. And you start to cut cords in your life, and you become richer and more richer and more. How do you get richer? Becoming lighter. I said ascension is severing ties with complexity. Ascension is severing ties with complexity. Where is your complexity in life? What are you so hung up on? Who are you angry at? Those are folders in your program that you keep giving energy to, that you keep opening up the folders. Oh, I need to go check out this folder. Oh, I hate Claire. And you open up the folder. Oh, there it is. Oh my God, I can't stand that Claire lady. And that folder's in your mind. The supercomputer's your brain. And there's all folders in there from everything you've ever done. And a lot of you live through the trauma and you reactivate these folders, or you open the folders up and they're constantly open all the time, and you just habitually live through those because life gets busy and you're busy keeping up with the Joneses and trying to buy the Ferrari and the houses, and it just keeps you busy and keeps you busy, and you forget about the trauma, and you forget about how you're angry at this person, and you forget about how you did this and did that. You don't pay, and you have all this complexity to your life. Eternal Eyes says death is just a door into the next. Absolutely. Death is a doorway into another dimension. Now, what is death? Leaving this bag of bones. You know what the research shows, folks? I'm gonna show you. I have a big decode coming out on the meh. On what it means to be a human being. Light slow down into physical matter, and we become an actor. There are 2 main cards that are associated with each other. Maybe you have this, maybe you don't. The first one is the Queen of Dreams. This Queen of Hearts is the Queen of Wonderland and Alice in Wonderland. She's the Queen of Dreams, imagination. The Q is the 17th letter. That's the star card. See, this queen will make you a star. Part of the dream. DreamWorks Pictures. The dream. I have a dream. What's your dream? This card right here, NASA, July 29th. Founding date, Queen of Hearts. So they got you to believe in their dream. They get people to believe in their dream. Forget about what they're doing. Forget about, it's a lie and they're doing their job. Why is that so bad? Why is it so bad? They're here for a reason. In this reality, there is no excess or everything works perfectly and perfect. She is the Queen of Dreams. She is card 12. And the 12th element on the periodic table is magnesium. And you know what magnesium is for? Sleeping. Magnesium, you take it at night, it makes you sleep better. She is the card of magnesium. And if you study the periodic table, magnesium has an all-seeing eye right on the damn thing, the icon for the Royal Society of Chemistry. The whole entire periodic table gives you all the clues that you need on how this reality works. But she's the Queen of Dreams. She wants to give you the imagine. What's your dream? And she's the spirit card to the Nine of Clubs, which is the wounded warrior. Why the wounded warrior? Because it's, again and again, this is the card of recycle. Recycle again and again, and you get recycled again and again. And this becomes the wounded warrior. The wounded warrior becomes a wounded warrior because it gets recycled into the dream again, recycle back into the dream again, recycle back into the dream again. And there is this layer of our reality, and the source code says we never get out of this reality. So yes, I postulate this. Can you get out by being lukewarm? Maybe. I'd like to think there's that possibility. There's code that supports it, but then there's other code that says you're never getting out. And once you're in, you're in. These two cards. Card 12, card 22. Which gives you 34. And 34 is the 8 of diamonds, and the 8 of diamonds is the 72nd card in the deck, and you have angels and demons. This is how it works, folks. The tarot. These two cards add up to the number 34. 34 is the 8 of diamonds. The 8 of diamonds is the 8 of pentacles. And this card is hard at work. And it's the 72nd card in the deck. And now you go back to the angels, the 72 angels and demons. Well, you think this whole reality is based on fluffy marshmallow clouds and unicorns and rainbow bridges and skittle bridges and shit? No. This reality is based on nightmare and dreams, imagination and nightmares, yin and yang. So when you incarnate as a human being, you have to go to work. This is one of the very most successful cards in the deck for money because it's tied to the angels and demons. Those concepts, are there really angels and demons? I don't know. Never met one. Never met one before. But the code says there is because they're written into the story. Every single idea, every single story, every single book, fiction, nonfiction, doesn't matter, owned by the same boss, owned by the Ponzi scheme, no exception. That's what the code says. So the code also says if you want to get out of the nightmare, okay, you gotta be lukewarm, you gotta get spit out of thy mouth. Well, how do you get spit out of thy mouth? Right here, this card. This is card number 21. The word enter equals 21. The word waves, you enter the waves, the magnetic electric waves. This. Enter. And the word love equals enter. The word love equals 21. So what is that 8 of clubs form? Well, it's one of the 3 immovable cards in the deck. But what does it lead to in the tarot? The 8 of wands. This one. This became that. The 8 of clubs, which is, what is the 8 of clubs? The infinity symbol. The prison. Infinity equals 26, which reduces down to the number 8. The 8. And then the 8 of clubs turns to 8 of wands. This means fast movement. This right here is spirit wanting to come down to play this game. This is card number 30. 2930 if you use the Fool twice. This is the card of the exorcism. Exorcism equals 30. This is it. If you watched my exorcism decoded on Patreon, you would know it was part of that decode right there. You want to have an exorcism? You want to get spit out of thy mouth? It's a tall order. Because you got to just like, I don't want to play anymore. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is probably the biggest tall order that you'll ever encounter in your life, because the game of life is so fun and it's so enticing. People, it's like, I see people, they're so programmed to have a family. I want to have a family. I want to have a kid. So programmed to have a child. And then they go have kids. You know, I don't have children. So you would say, well, you don't have kids, so you wouldn't understand. You're right, I wouldn't. Not part of my screenplay. And of course, now why am I being shown that the way to get out of this reality is you got to be freaking light as a feather? That's what it says in ancient Egypt. You got to be light as a feather. Well, what does light as a feather mean? No attachments. I did this whole love is a trap, right? Love is a trap. So what is the trap? Love. Falling in love, screwing, humping, orgasms. Why do you think the feeling is so amazing? Because you fall in love. And now you're stuck. Now you're responsible. If you have a child, you're a slave to that child. I'm not saying that's bad, by the way. I'm just being very raw. I'm not saying it's wrong or bad to have a child, right? That's what keeps this game moving. But you're a slave to your child. You would do anything for your kid, which means that you got to move if they move. That means you're a slave. And I know those of you that are parents wouldn't have it in any other way, and I get that. I'm merely just telling you what the code says, and if it's not children, you'll be attached to something else. Oh, I got to have that business. So now the kid turns into a business. Got to have the business, got to have the house, got to have the Ferrari, got to have this, got to have that. If it's not this, it's going to be that. Love doesn't have to be love and humping and screwing and having children. It can be the love of a business. It can be the love of a company. It could be the love of real estate and being a developer or whatever. But I'm telling you, the tall order, ladies and gentlemen, is giving all that shit up. Giving it up completely. And the majority of people in this reality, I just don't see that fitting into the category of giving it up. And I'll just be very transparent with all of you. I don't even know where I stand with any of this. Like, if you think, I'm not sitting here telling you these theories here, trust me, I'm not telling you, oh, I've got it all figured out and I'm just going to cruise in through that eye of a needle. I'm going to make it out of here. I'm not telling you that. I have no clue. But I do know that I'm a minimalist. I have no attachments. I've gotten rid of all my complexities. I feel the lightest. I'm light as a feather. That's where I'm at in my life. So but it doesn't give me access to anything. And I'm not saying I'm better than anybody. This is what I got for my screenplay. That's what I got. That's it. It's not a good or bad thing. It's just what I got. I get it. Culty Talk says, I can't give up doggies. I get it. Trust me, I get it. Ray Lewis says, free choice, that's the big lie. Yeah, I mean, go watch Robert Sapolsky and go watch his breakdowns of free will, and he'll tell you straight up, you don't have free will. I've been kicking this idea around for many, many, many years, even before I got introduced to him. If you've been watching this, What's Your Question from the very beginning, I've kicked it around that we don't have free will. We have free will. I like to think we have free will. I like to think that we have some. But again, door number 1, door number 2, door number 3. Well, it doesn't matter what door you choose. Those are already scripted for you. That's why when something happens to you and you get all angry at that, why are we getting angry? Why do you get angry at things that don't go your way? Because you're inconvenienced? Yeah, that's one of the reasons why you get angry. It didn't go your way. You get inconvenienced. And I'm telling you right now, the emotional reaction you give off to the experience that you're having, something's feeding your energy. You don't want to feed it anymore? Stop being emotional. And I know that would be like, well, then you're not a human being. Well, then if you don't want to be part of this reality, what the hell you think you are in this reality? You're a human being. You don't want to be part of this reality anymore? That means you're not going to be a human being anymore. Kind of makes sense. So if you don't want to use your five senses and be a human being, if you want to get out of this reality, if you don't want to be, if you don't, a lot of people say, I'm not coming back. Okay, but you have a shitload of attachments. Well, I don't know if that's true. Maybe you won't come back. I have no idea. Maybe we have a choice. Maybe we'll go up to wherever it is, the next layer, and you'll be able to say, do you want to go back or do you want to go somewhere else? And you'd say, I'm not going back there. I don't know. Or is it just the God using all of us in its mind, and we're all just timelines? Like all these veins you have in your legs, those are the timelines. They branch off. And that makes up our reality. So I love to believe we have free will, but it's if we have any, it's very, very small. And it's just a bridge to get to the next screenplay. Like, oh, I'll choose door 2. But door 2 was already predestined for you. I mean, you can go all the way back to theology. People love the theology. And I'm just like, don't you even realize that the story of Judas Iscariot, Judas didn't have a choice? Hello, are you even paying attention to your own book that you love and prance around and fancy and tell everybody all about it? That Judas Iscariot didn't have a choice because Jesus said that he would be betrayed by somebody. He knew it was going to happen, meaning Judas didn't have a choice. It's silly, but that's what people don't pay attention to. There was no guy named Jonah that was swallowed by a big fish. Didn't happen. There was no talking snake. Didn't happen. These are all stories, part of the story. There's another snake that's talked to another human being. There's never been a man swallowed by a fish that lived in its belly for 3 days and 3 nights. Yeah, sure, people have. There's been stories in there, but we don't even know if those are even real. There was no guy named Job who got freaking his family butchered and killed to test his faith. That's crazy. I don't know why people, like, I fell for it. I fell for that whole book. I fell for it, the whole thing, for a long time in my life. But it's written in a story. That's why I've decoded it. It's a fun thing to decode. Mr. Obvious says belief is the enemy of knowing. Yeah, I like to know, not believe. I'm the same way. Like, do you believe this? No, I know this. Oh, you're a Mr. Know-it-all. No, but I'd rather know than believe. I'm done believing. I'm done believing in fairy tales. I'm done believing in your imagination. I'm done believing in what their imagination is. I'm done believing in thinking that that's real and this is... No, I know what's going on in this reality. I see, I know it. The numbers and the script, I can see it now. And a lot of you have the eyes to see it as well. You know now. You don't believe anymore. There's no... Believing that's first grade stuff. I believe. No, I know. But I don't know anything. That's the contradiction. Lane says, Logan talks about choosing to be human, but it's negative to fall in love and make love. No, I'm not saying it's negative. If you want to use that adjective, go ahead and use that adjective, right? If you want to say that it's negative, go ahead and use that terminology and use it and say negative. No. What I will tell all of you here, and Lane, I will say this to you, right? The only thing that matters is what you believe, not what I say. My opinion is meaningless, so please know that. So just go do you, okay? Because every single one of you will justify your actions without exceptions. And anything that's going on in your life, you will use it to defend yourself with. So if you're out there having sex and screwing people and doing this and that, that's something part of your screenplay, then keep going to do that. I'm not saying it's negative. What I am saying, though, is that the theoretical position that I'm putting out there is, if you're doing that stuff, there's no being lukewarm about it. Because having sex and orgasms and that explosion of energy and all that, and then the temptation, that's what do you think temptation is? Sex, temptation. Temptation. Metallica had the song there. If darkness had a sun, here I am. Temptation. Temptation, lust, desire. That's all part of this construct. So again, if you don't want to be part of this construct anymore, then that would mean having to give up all the animalistic aspects to it. Matter of fact, I'll give you a tarot card to take into consideration. The 8th card of the tarot says it all. The 8th card of the major arcana. And it's the 8, right? I'm part of the 8 club. I'm the 8 of spades. So I'm part of the 8 club. And the 8 is the infinity symbol. And the infinity symbol is the yin yang. And it's the magnetic and electric frequency that holds you into this reality. Holds all of us in. But the tarot does such a great job because of how it describes how this reality works. And I've readjusted. Can't even find the card. I've readjusted a lot of my perspectives on the astrological positions and the tarot cards now, because the tarot cards and the astrological positions, a lot of them is based on tropical astrology, and I'm more of a Vedic astrology, the true fixed signs of the stars. And the 8th zodiac sign we know as to be Scorpio, but it would actually be Libra. Why would Libra be the 8th sign? Because it's the scales. And what are the scales? 2. Balanced. See, infinity is balanced. That makes Scorpio the 9th zodiac sign. And that makes Sagittarius the 10th. That means Jupiter, the largest planet, gets the number 10, which gets the yod. And then the 11th sign is Capricorn. And we normally think the Wheel of Fortune, it's been regurgitated. Oh, it's a Wheel of Fortune is Capricorn, myself included. Is it a Capricorn card? Yes, it can be. But it also can be Jupiter. And the Wheel of Fortune is the Samsara wheel. I can't even find the card tonight. This is a big deal for you to consider, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a fan of the tarot. Can't find it. I lose it? Hang on. There it is, right here. This card right here says it all. This card, the strength card, is the 8th card. And you know what this card means? Controlling your animalistic endeavors. Controlling your mojo. And I say that, yes, this is normally a Scorpio card, but now I'm not so sure. This is a Libra card, and it makes a heck of a lot more sense because Libra is ruled by Venus, and Venus is about screwing and humping and orgasms. You see that woman with a lion there? That lion is your animalistic instincts. And this card means being able to control them. Libra is balance. Being balanced, you can control them. When you're imbalanced, you have a harder time controlling them. So Libra to me makes a heck of a lot more sense with this card than it does with Scorpio. Scorpio is ruled by Mars and Pluto. I think it's more of a Pluto energy. Once Pluto was discovered, Mars only gets the nod for Aries, and Pluto moves into Scorpio. I think that makes a heck of a lot more sense. And I also think that the Wheel of Fortune card makes way more sense with Sagittarius and Jupiter than it does with Kronos and Capricorn. That's my opinion, though. Because I got to tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, if you go to March 21st, the spring equinox, the sun is not in Aries. It is in Pisces. It is not in Aries, folks. It is in Pisces, which means that right now, currently, on the spring equinox, the sun is in Pisces. Now, maybe it was in Aries thousands of years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago on March 21st, but it's not in Aries anymore. Nothing's permanent. So that means Pisces becomes sign number 1 and Aries becomes sign number 2. And Gemini becomes sign number, Taurus becomes sign number 3, and Gemini becomes sign number 4, and Leo becomes Cancer becomes sign number 5, and Leo becomes sign number 6. That's what that means, that change. And I got to tell you, when you move the cards into those positions, whoo, the moon card sits in the house of Cancer and the sun sits in the house of Leo. It matches right up perfectly. Anyways. So Lane says, controlling your mojo doesn't mean abstaining from sex, and having sex doesn't automatically mean you're following animalistic instincts. Again, if that's what you believe, then go move to that. That's your opinion, and I would definitely say to follow what you believe. I'm not going to say you're wrong. Absolutely not going to say you're wrong. I would never say that. Because the opinion that you're putting out obviously means you're having sex. That's why you're justifying it. Same with me. See, I'm not. I'm living a life of celibacy, so obviously I'm going to be biased, like you're being biased with sex, towards controlling, not controlling. So when I say when you want to go have sex with somebody, that's your sacral chakra, and that means that your mojo and your sex drive gets activated. And if you go have sex, that means that you're not in control of it. You're allowing it to happen. Like if you feel the urge to have sex and you hold off and you don't go engage with somebody, every time you engage with somebody, by the way, you're bumping energy. You're getting their energy, by the way. I hope you know that. Anytime you end up sticking something in somebody or they get something stuck inside of them, that's an exchange of energy. And you get all the energy of who they were with, and you get all the energy of who you were with. Swapping energies. But again, hey man, my opinion is meaningless. It doesn't matter. What I say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean shit. All that matters is what you believe. So if you're somebody who, like Lane, you're backing up and defending sex because you're having sex, that's totally fine. Keep going, do that. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I think. But as we all know, we're all going to stand by our truths. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Who put her in timeout? You guys put her in timeout? Okay. Some people just get so offended. And then I just say, like, why would you get offended when I say my opinion is meaningless? Like, I'm not going to back down from my opinion. You're not going to back down from yours. But the beautiful thing is if we can just agree to disagree and say, well, you go do you, I go do me. That's live and let live. We have no dissonance, and we're not feeding this reality, right? You essentially, those of you that don't want to be here anymore, you got to stop feeding the reality. And how do you stop feeding the reality? You stop playing in a certain way. And part of the playing is like oh, you're wrong, and trying to go prove people wrong and all that nonsense. Nobody is wrong. Let me just get this straight. This is my truth. Nobody is wrong in this reality. Not a single person. Now what? Now what are you going to do with your life? Because you've made a living on trying to be above everybody else, trying to be right over everybody else, and trying to everybody else that's not in line with your truth, they're wrong. Okay, well now everybody's right. What are you going to do with your life? Now what? That's right. Everybody's right. Everybody is right. It was probably the greatest idea that ever came into my life. I learned it from Landmark, so I give credit where credit's due. Werner Erhard and company. I've learned so much from that guy, and everybody's right. That kind of puts a tailspin on, and it just dimmers everything. You see these people out there, and they're just desperately trying to be right. They think they got it all figured out, and anything outside of what their truth is, they have to continually try to put people down and, they're wrong and they shouldn't be doing that. And, oh, dude, they're just doing their job. Hello, are you like that oblivious to how this reality works? You're just got to have the spotlight on you, and you got to put everybody down that's outside of you because they're not part of your truth in your community. Well, I got news for you, man. Everybody's right. You're not going to win anything at the end of the day. There's nothing to win here by saying that, oh, this person's wrong and they're preaching this and they're doing. There's nothing to win. I have a big decode coming out on Joel Osteen on his astrological map. And you know what Joel Osteen's job is? To be a freaking preacher. And oh boy, then all of a sudden these people come out of the woodwork. Oh, he's doing this and he's doing that. And he wouldn't let people in during this and the hurricane. And oh, you were there? You saw it firsthand, or you reading the freaking tabloids? Oh, I read it in the news. Oh, so that means you're part of the mainstream and you're regurgitating the news. Oh, I see where your life's at. Okay, cool. Why don't you stop watching the news and go study his astrological map and his numerology and his name and his background? Go study that, and what you're going to see is that the guy's going to be a pastor because he was supposed to be a pastor. And his job is to fish people into his arcade of Houston, Texas. And he's got a hell of a lot. I mean, he probably doesn't care what you think. Oh, he's not preaching. He's not teaching the gospel right. Oh, I see. What makes you the authority on the gospel? Oh, now you're the authoritative figure on the gospel, how to teach the gospel. Oh, I see. Because the guy's teaching being abundant in the gospel. Now he's teaching the gospel wrong. Oh, so there's a right way to teach the gospel? The gospel's part of this damn Ponzi scheme. There is no right or wrong of the gospel. It's part of this Ponzi scheme. He's teaching and using the Bible to get people to come into his congregation because that is what his character is assigned to do. That's it. He's not wrong. He's Joel Osteen and he's doing his job. Now what you want to do? What do you want to do now? You want to continue to complain about it because it makes you feel better? Nick Cook says, so we can't have any objection. If you want to have objection, go for it. I know that I don't present to all of you 100% truth that you're going to resonate with. There are a lot of things that you probably think I'm crazy and I have all these weird ideas and I have this and you think this about me and I'm off my rocker and you have opinions about me. Totally cool. I wouldn't want you to not have one, and I want you to be skeptical. I really, really do. I want you to be skeptical. I want you to get out there and live out your own truth. But if you resonate with what I'm saying, then maybe the tickle is to go deeper. Because maybe your screenplay called for this to go deeper. And if you're willing to go deeper, like I said, what you're going to find is a scripted, predestined reality. And there's not like, oh, I get an asterisk next to my name. I get to be a person that's not under the guise of a scripted reality. I'm completely free. And okay, great. I'll decode you and I'll show you that is complete rubbish. I'll show you that you're not in control of your life. Now, I'm confident in that. I know, like a lot of people, oh, Logan's this, he thinks he's that. No, I don't think I'm nothing. I am just being used, folks. I'm not even in control of my life. So don't blame me. Don't get mad at me. Don't get upset at the message. If you don't agree with my message, then this message and this channel is not for you. I'm not saying this is not a one-stop shop. You got to find the truth. You got to find it for you. And it's not just here. And it may not even be here for you. So everybody, I'm just going to ask you, just be nice, man. You know, like if you're looking at someone's opinion and you don't agree with it, live and let live. See, that ends the disillusion. It ends the dissonance. We can kind of laugh and chuckle and have a good time. Because at the end of the day, what kind of solves the issues for everybody is everybody's right. So if you think you're a chosen one, then go live out the chosen one life. Don't let me stop you. I certainly would not want to put a wrench in your screenplay. If you want to go be the chosen one, go do that. I've had a lot of people email me claiming that they're the chosen ones. Trust me, I've had enough emails of people saying that they are this and they are that. And I don't take it away from them. What I do tell them is you should get in line, because I get a lot of people that have emailed me saying the same thing, just in a different story. So what would you do with that? They're all the chosen ones. That's because you're the chosen one. You listening to this message are the chosen one for your screenplay. And I am just a messenger and an extra in your movie. I am not the star of your movie. You are. So if you don't like my message, totally cool. Then just chalk this up as science fiction, nonsense, and entertainment. This is just entertainment. Which is in reality is all this whole entire reality is entertainment anyway. Peggy says, not one of us thinks the same. It's crazy that most try to get everyone to think the same, an impossible task. Yeah, I mean, if someone doesn't live out your truth and it's outside of you, you know, if you want to go listen to a 4-minute discourse, go watch my It Thinks. Maybe Pamela. Thank you, Pamela, again for being here. Is Steven here? If not, well, big shout out to Pamela, the great moderator. I don't know how Pamela's like, I think she has a body double because she's everywhere. But anyway, big shout out to the moderator, the wrench. Pamela, if you can find the It Thinks, and then pin it to the top. If you want to listen to amazing 4 minutes, go listen to It Thinks by Werner Erhard, and maybe consider opening up to the fact that you're not in control of your life, and the voice in your head is. And since we all don't think alike, as Peggy said, well, then why are we fighting? Because it's the ego. Anything outside of you, if it's not in congruency with your life, you start to push out. If you have any resistance back up on you, and it makes you feel uncomfortable, you push back, and you start to say, you're wrong. Yeah, from your lens, I'm wrong, but not mine. Well, then that just dissolves the whole debate and the division. But no, that's not how this reality works. People, they want their fix, and the fix is debate. I'm right and you're wrong, and that's the fix they get. It's insane. Like when I did the decode on Terrence Howard, right? Where in that decode did you hear me say he was wrong? Not one time did I say it. And then I go watch other ones, and I'm not saying they're wrong, but I'm just saying is that these people are out there they're saying he's crazy, he's a lunatic, he's speaking this, and they don't even have any sense of knowledge in the certain areas that he was talking. You don't even know what the guy's even talking about, but you're sitting there saying he's wrong, and oh my God, the guy's crazy, but I read this and it was this, so if it's not this, he's wrong. And we got a lot of this crap going on. How about just letting the guy do what he needs to do? He's got over 10 patents, more patents than I got, probably more patents than any of you got. But he's wrong. Because he's on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan's wrong. Oh, he's an agent. Joe Rogan is an agent. What? Joe Rogan's doing his job, man. How hard is it for people to grasp these ideas? You know why they won't accept that idea? Because then they would have to fold their hand on trying to be right. Oh yeah, Joseph's doing his job. Well, Hey, go Joe. Go Joe Rogan. No, can't do it. Because, he's got millions of subscribers and he's a paid shill and he's this and... Where are you getting all this stuff from? This is why our world is so much chaos, because people like to think this way. That's why. That's why we have a chaotic world. Exactly scripted though, right? I mean, that's like when I see the energy of people doing that, I get grateful because I'm so glad I don't have that code. Because it's so much. Flip mode 007, people love the drama. They do. What does the word drama have in it? Raw. Drama. It's got the word raw in it, and it has the word ma, as in mother, as in matrix. Drama. Do you know that the word raw in Hebrew means evil? Drama. It's got the word raw in it. And if you go study Isaiah 45 verses 7 in theology, what do you think the word evil is? Ra. And what does that scripture say? I, the Lord, do all these things. The drama, the evil, and the good. I do them both. Meaning that this reality only exists because it is a dualistic operating system. That's the word drama, and it's got the D at the very first, and that D is the cornerstone, and that is coming from the letter Dalet, or the doorway, and it's the 4, and you have 4 blood types. You enter into drama, and people love it. They love their drama. Some people are so addicted to it. Drama. Question is, what if decoding is also just another part of the game, but is also an illusion? Again, it's all that what matters that you believe. What if this, what if that? Yeah, great questions. What if it is? At this stage of the game, I mean, to answer your question, I will take the 500 plus videos that I have as my discovery against anything out there. Again, me living out my truth. Not trying to debate. I'm not going to be a plaintiff going and looking to give it to the jury. I don't need anybody. I don't need anybody's opinion to side with this research. I don't believe I know. And I'm confident with that. I'm not trying to get a shining star, a trophy, a blue ribbon. I'm not trying to get likes and subscriptions. I'm not trying to get thumbs up. As a matter of fact, I am sure I will get a whole bunch of thumbs down on this video, and I don't care. I'm not in this for I'm not in for any of that stuff. I am here to tell you what this reality looks like, what it feels like, how it operates. That's my job. That's the code I got. Somebody's got to do it. I'm not the only one. Jason, I just don't agree with your statement. Jason said it is one thing to bring in new ideas, but it has to be supported. Otherwise, it becomes misinformation. There is no such thing. How can there be any misinformation? It's just information. That's it. Especially, Jason, you of all people, man, you've been around the block. You should know there's no such thing as misinformation. It's just information. Star Wars said, it's just the Force. Oh, but I'm good. Darth Vader's a bad guy. He's just using the Force, man. Oh, but it's Luke Skywalker using the Force. It's just information, man. There is no such thing as misinformation. Nothing. It gets good, it gets better, it gets good, it gets better. It's just things happening. Then we apply these adjectives, and these adjectives are silly. Oh my God, this amazing thing happened. And then, oh my God, you wouldn't even believe what happened to me today. Oh my God. Some of you are addicted to telling people about your drama. It's just something happening in your life. I wish people would start looking at life is a story, man. Like, do you read a novel and say that there's misinformation in there? I mean, is that where we're at in this reality? Oh, I'm going to read a Stephen King novel, but it's and I'm gonna write to Stephen King and I'm gonna give that guy a piece of my mind. Stephen King, man, you got a lot of disinformation in here, man. I can't believe the shit you're writing and telling the world. What a bunch of crap. That's how ridiculous it is to say that there's misinformation. Oh, this person says the Emerald Tablets of Thought. That's not, there never was such a thing. You can't prove that, dude. It's an idea written in the story. Nonfiction, fiction's the same freaking thing, man. It's just a story. That's all it is. It's just a story. There's no such thing as misinformation. It's just information. It's like the things that happen to you are happening for you. You wouldn't believe what happened to me today. Oh my God, this person did this and this guy did this to me. I can't believe they would do that to me. No, it happened for you. What's the value out of that experience? I'll never do that again. And that may save you from somebody that will really jack you up next time. But you had to go through that experience, part of your screenplay, so you would avoid the pitfall of it next time, which would be an even bigger divot that you'd fall into. But you don't see that because it's not going to be happening because it's not part of your screenplay because you learned your lesson on the first time. Everything's happening for you. There are no accidents and mistakes. Everything is happening for you, folks. It's a movie. You're living in a movie. Is there any misinformation in a movie? Yeah, the Truth Laughs says we live in a world of my truth versus your truth. I mean, it's so true. I've said this. The ridiculousness. If you could do a real out of body experience and go sit in someone's living room and watch what they're talking about, and the gossip and just trying to be right and just prove other people wrong when they don't have and share the same truth as you is hysterical. I mean, it's like I'm a manager at 7-Eleven and I'm going to go run down to Circle K and call out the manager at Circle K because you're not working at 7-Eleven and I have a better counter space than you. Oh, you don't carry this, I carry that, so my store is better than yours. Or is there really people doing this? But no. And you're going to see more of it because we're seemingly moving into the age of Aquarius, which is I know thyself. And so you have the internet, which is a blessing and a curse at the same time, chaos and order. Because when you have a pouring out of information, those of you that have had like some kind of sickness or whatever, and you go on and you try to self-diagnose, you realize it's like, I could have everything. Oh shit, I fit all, I could have this, I could have that. Oh my God, I have all those things. And now you realize that information can be a curse in a way. The internet can be a curse because now you have access to everything. So when we're in the age of Aquarius, I know thyself. The most important thing I feel to do is to study yourself. Study you first, and then study your loved ones, the people that you're involved with, to know how they operate. You can see it coming from a mile away, and it allows you to step back, and you got to practice at it because there's a lot of programming habits involved in reacting to certain actions that they do. But when you get good at it, you get good at knowing how you react, you can take a step back and you can become meh. Like, why do I want to argue with you? Just go do you. And if you're living a self-destructive lifestyle, then I may just say, well, I'm not going to be with you anymore. Because I just don't resonate with your lifestyle anymore. It's that simple. But no, you know what people do? I don't like you. You should be doing that. You should be popping those pills. You shouldn't be taking, oh my God, I would never do that. You shouldn't be doing this. I can't believe you're doing this to me. Well, why don't you just leave? You know why you can't leave? Because you're in love and you're in the love trap. And what's the alternate course? I don't want you doing that. So now it's about trying to be right, sacrificing love so you get to be right, and a whole bunch of freaking energy that's being fed off of by the supernatural. Oh, it loves arguments. It loves debates. Keeps this game going. Loves it. JB says, if I come to surf at your beach, can we get a pizza after? Well, there's no surfing here, bro. The beach that I'm at has a reef, maybe about 200 yards out, and it breaks the waves. So it's like a lagoon here. When it gets windy, there's a little choppiness, but the beach I live at, there's no surfing here. You'd have to go on the west side of Mexico. I think there's actually surfing over by Madeira, over on the other side of the peninsula, but I know that like you got to go down to Oaxaca and those areas to do surfing, and that's way away from me. So. Flip Mode says, this is a great statement. Flip Mode says, I'd rather be happy than right. Yeah, I have a really good friend of mine from LA. His name's Johnny, and he's a jack of hearts. Now, if you know the cards, right? He's a jack of hearts, super smart. And one day we were having a conversation, and he said this. He said, I think we were talking about relationships, right? But he says, do you want to be right, or do you want to win? I want to win, man. So he's like, stop trying to be right. This was a long time ago, before I was doing any of this stuff, when I was like in my asleep mode. So those of you that are in relationships, do you want to be right, or do you want to win? And the win would be where you have, a loving environment. A lot of you like to be right. And I get it, but they're really wrong. Like they're doing this and they're doing that. Okay, cool. So, but are they stopping? No. And I want them to stop. Did you ask them if they'll stop? Whatever habit it is that you don't want them doing anymore? And people just stay in a chaotic relationship because of, that's why I think self-sustainability is a big thing. Taking care of yourself, being able to take care of yourself, not relying, not having codependency issues in life is a big thing, because there are people out there right now listening to this and you're codependent on the other person because they pay your bills, they pay your way through life, and you're stuck and you can't get out of that chaotic relationship because you don't have any alternative. And I get that. So the best thing to do strategically is to find a way to get out by doing your own self-sustainability. And it may take you a year, a couple of years, but that would be your strategy. I don't like to rely on people. I never have. Like having a bird, I like to be a ghost. JC Trades is saying, just found out I'm the 9 of Hearts. That's a Venus-Saturn card. That card is the card of Pandora's box. The 9 of Hearts. So if you're a 9, if you're a 9 birthday, if you're a 9 of diamonds, 9 of hearts, 9 of clubs, 9 of spades, the 9 is the robber of the 6. That's why you have the yin yang. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul. I just released a decode on the 9 and the 6 in my Rob Decoded on Patreon. Very revealing. The 9s are eternal. It's an eternal number because it is the last number. So 9 of Hearts is the eternal way of love. The 9 of Hearts in the tarot is the 9 of Cups. And the 9 of Cups is a card of wish fulfillment. All your wishes, hopes, and dreams will come true. Because the 9 can't get enough. If you're a 9 of clubs, you can't get enough information. If you're a 9 of hearts, you can't get enough wish fulfillment. And if you're a 9 of diamonds, you can't get enough materialism. And if you're a 9 of spades, you can't get enough spirituality. These are the aspects of fire, air, water, earth. The 9 of hearts is the 9 of cups. This is wish fulfillment. This is the card that robs the 6, the baby. Like this is the card of lust and desire. And I'm not saying those are bad, by the way, but society says they're bad. Lust is the same thing as desire. Like when you want to screw when you look at somebody who's like, oh my God, that person's so hot, and you get a little twinge down there, that's desire. A lot of us were built from lust, not love. Lust. You think your parents told you everything about how you were made? I doubt it. Do you tell everybody about your life? No. You have secrets. You don't think your parents have secrets that they never told you about how you got here? It doesn't matter anyway. But I'm saying is that a lot of us were born out of lust, desire. Feel a little twinge down there. We just met. Oh my God, the sex feels so good. I didn't bring protection, or the thing broke, or whatever. And bam, here you are. And that's what keeps this game going. But the 9 of Hearts is a card of wish fulfillment. It's a Venus-Saturn card. Saturn is time. Love, Venus, and time, Saturn. Time and love, eternal. That's why the Venus symbol is the circle, spirit, and the cross, matter, spirit into matter. It's the Ankh, Venus, Aphrodite, Pandora's box. This is the card of Pandora's box because everything in Pandora's box will come true and already has come true. And the 9 of Hearts is paired with the 7 of Diamonds. And the 7 of Diamonds is a card of analyzing. Analyzing. It's the 33rd card in the deck. You have 33 vertebrae. So you're analyzing your lust. You're analyzing your desires. What it is that you want to do. What you want to take with you. What you want to scrap. What you want to get rid of. Vortex says, my mama always told me that I was a mistake and I appreciate the truth. Well, I got some great news for you, if you want to call it great news. I'm just going to say I got some news for you to think about, consider. There are no mistakes. You were not a mistake. You were done on purpose because everything is scripted. And here you are. And you have a purpose. You have a very big purpose in this reality. Otherwise, you wouldn't have incarnated into this reality. So, mistake? No. Scripted? Yes. And you have a purpose. Are you living your purpose? That's the question. Ten of Diamonds is the Ten of Diamonds is a really interesting card because the tens in chess, the tens are the castles. The nines are the bishops. The jacks are the horses, the knights. The queen and king are self-explanatory. And then the pawns are the aces through eights. The pawns have the ability to march down the board and become any piece they want. The tens are the castles, the rooks. And what is the castles designed to do? Build the wall. The 10 is the binary system. It's the wall builder. The 0 and the 1. The binary system is on-off. Duality is on-off. We live in an analog/binary system. Analog, there is no on-off. It's just a continuous motion. Like if you have a rheostat on your wall and you spin it and it turns the lights and you can dim it, that's analog. Digital is just a switch, on, off, on, off, on, off. That's digital. Which is more precise if you want to get into precision. But anyway, the 10, those of you that are 10s, 10 of diamonds, 10 of hearts, 10 of spades, 10 of clubs. It's the essence of completion. And it is the binary. So imagine you're a castle, a rook. The rooks go up and sideways. They build the wall. So the tens build the wall. Just watched last night, not all of it, Leave the World Behind. I decoded the thing twice. Hadn't watched the movie yet. It's so ridiculous. The movie came out on October 25th. This is the card on October 25th. The 10 of hearts, 10 of cups. Leave the world behind. Leave the rainbow bridge behind because it's going to change. So if you're a 10 of diamonds, the 10 of diamonds is the operating system because it's the fulfillment of the desire. The 9 of cups is the desire to have it, the falling in love with the desire, the lust. The 10 of diamonds is actually manifesting the desire. 10 of diamonds is a card of great success. Can be. Because diamonds represents physicality. Some big names that have that 10 of diamonds card. Jim Carrey. Creator of The Simpsons. 10 of diamonds. 10 of diamonds is the manifestation of physicality. Building the wall of that. So essentially it's a card of having whatever you want. I'm not saying you're going to get everything you want, but it is a card of getting things that you want because it's built on the black sun and the manifestations of light. 10 of diamonds. Bob Ross, there are happy little accidents. I love that. Kyle Garrett, 9 of diamonds. That's another card of wish fulfillment. 9 of diamonds is the card of you're on television. It's the 35th card in the deck. The word simulation is 35. Again, the 9s are the bishops. Think about how big the Bishop of Rome is. How much power the Bishop of Rome. Well, that's a 9. and they move in the letter X. That's how big the letter X is, as in X chromosomes, the bishops, the nines. So if you're not a diamonds, that's like the reality TV star. Having whatever it is that you want. The 10 is literally complete manifestation. The 9 is right behind the 10. 10 is completion. 9 is basically the same thing. But the 9 has to really figure out the pairing of the card that's with it. It is the 5 of diamonds, which can be a liability and asset of yin yang. So you can go through a lot of ups and downs with that. The 10 of diamonds is paired with the 3 of hearts. I'm sorry, the Queen of clubs and the Queen of spades. Annette, 3 of spades is an actor card. Today is the 3 of spades, June 1st. And remember that Frank Wupperman, the guy they casted to play the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the green curtain, June 1st was his birthday. Today is the 3 of spades card. So it's the card of the actor, the 3 of spades. If you're a 3 of spades, 3 of diamonds, 3 of hearts, 3 of clubs, these are cards of leading the way. It essentially, of course, represents the Trinity. The Father, Mother, and Child, or Holy Spirit, if you will. Same thing. But it is the completion of the triangle, right? Essentially the triangle, the tetrahedron. But the threes are tied to the messengers, the deliverers, the adventurers, the celebrators. But the 3 of spades is a card of the artist. Patty Lynch is asking about the 9 of clubs. I would just encourage you to hit rewind on this. I went over the 9 of clubs. The 9 of clubs is paired with the Queen of hearts. It's if I was a 9 of clubs, I would be definitely doing creative visualization, because the Queen of hearts is your spirit card and she's the Queen of dreams. So paying attention to your dreams, having a notepad by your bedside, dreaming and waking up and writing down your dreams would be something I would be doing, but I would definitely be doing some creative visualization. Vision boards are big for 9 of clubs and Queen of hearts because it's the Queen of dreams. So what's your dream? Again, these are tools that you can use. As they say, what cards did you get dealt? What's your hand? Well, this is your hand. That's why I told you NASA has the Queen of hearts. Well, they want you to believe in their dream. Again, forget about if you like them or not. Forget about if you think there's no such thing as lying or deceit. They're just doing their job. You don't have to like it. It's the card of imagination. It's the dreamer. The Queen of hearts is paired with the 9 of clubs. So if you're somebody who's either one of those, you would do creative visualization, shutting off the outside world, tapping in, closing your eyes, tapping into your third eye. And, okay, close your eyes right now. What do you see? What is it you see right now? You close your eye. What do you see? That would be what I would do. 9 of clubs, Queen of hearts. The Truth Laughs says, I'm a Queen of clubs, highly artistic. Yeah, all the queens can be very, very artistic because it represents the earth, right? The queens, now you move the queens from tropical into sidereal, and the true position of the queens, they go from Pisces to Aquarius. The queens move from Pisces to Aquarius. The queens become the 12th sign of Aquarius. Aquarius becomes the 12th sign. Now the queens sit in the house of Aquarius. And Aquarius is the information. So the queen now becomes part of how much information you have. What do you have access to? So the Queen of clubs is the queen of the mental realm. She partners with the King of clubs, and the King of clubs and the Queen of clubs run the simulation from the mind aspect. But then you go down the line, the King and Queen of clubs, they go down from the wands, and then they go to the cups. So the Queen of Wands, the King of Wands, they create the idea. So the queens and kings of clubs have great ideas. And they pass it on to the Queen of Hearts and King of Hearts. And now they move into action. And then they just follow that lineage down. It's all, the whole story of our creation is chasing ass. That's where you're going to get the fallen angel story from. It's the king chasing the queen. That's it. And what is the king? Heaven. What is the queen? Earth. Gaia. The earth is the queen. So the queens sit in earth. It's the queen bee. Essentially, the queens are the desires of the earth, imagination, creativity, but the king is heaven. The heaven is a masculine word, Uranus, masculine, and the word mother is obviously feminine, and the earth is a feminine. If you study, and I have this coming out with the Decode, if you study theology and Judaism, it's God created the heaven and the earth. Well, heaven is masculine, earth is feminine. Of course, earth is feminine because earth grows shit, and that's giving birth. The earth gives birth to plants. It gives birth to fruit. It gives birth to vegetables. It gives birth to animals. It's a feminine. Earth is completely feminine, and the masculine is the sky. This is where you're going to get the fallen angels from. The fallen angels wanted to come to earth, and they wanted to, have a star movie here. Be a star in the movie here. And so the story goes, all that kind of stuff. And this is where you're going to get into the New Testament, which is Revelation 21 verses 1. Now you get into the Greek, and the Greek word for heaven is Uranus, and then you get Gaia, and that is the new heaven and the new earth, and it's the old boss is the same as the new boss. It's just going to be moving through the lens of Aquarius and Leo, whereas the old boss was Pisces and Virgo. Now the egg timer has shifted. The Two of Diamonds is card number 28. 28 is the second perfect number in mathematics. It's tied to the element nickel, which means devil's copper. So it can be tied to very devilish endeavors. Some big names on the world stage are tied to the Two of Diamonds. Vladimir Putin is the Two of Diamonds. The Chinese president is the Two of Diamonds. Two major players on the world stage are Two of Diamonds. That's because the Ace of Diamonds, which precedes the Two of Diamonds, is a card of currency and Ohm's law, and the two takes the Ohm's law and the energy, and this is not where you get the Two of Pentacles, which is the 66th card in the deck, which is now you're balancing and you're multitasking. And you're able to do a lot. And that's why the Two of Diamonds is a very successful card in the deck, because it's able to take a lot of different components in one's life, juggle them, and have manifestations come out with that. The card that's tied to the Two of Diamonds is the Six of Clubs, and that's the Messenger card. So that's tied right to the sun. And you get Lucy in the sky with diamonds. The Two of Diamonds is highly intuitive, by the way, because the Six of Clubs, which is your spirit card, is tied right to the sun and victory. So the intuitive aspect you're getting, the energy that you're getting from your mind is from the RNA, which is tied to the sun, because it's the Six of Clubs, which is the 19th card in the deck, which is tied to the sun card in the major arcana. Five of Clubs is a card of, if you're a five energy, you're very busy. Five of Clubs, Five of Diamonds, Five of Hearts, Five of Spades. And again, what do the suits mean? Spades, spirituality, occult, mysticism, hearts, love, chasing love, the feeling that you get, the emotion, honeymoon. You'd want to look into your moon position if you're a Five of Hearts. Five of Clubs, it's the mental card. The clubs are air, so they are mental. They're mental. And then the Five of Diamonds is a card of manifestation through the game of life. So the 5 of clubs is a card of monkey mind. It is a card of having a very active mind. You'd want to look to see where your Mercury is, because Mercury is the way you think. That's for everybody. So you want to see where your Mercury placement is, what zodiac sign it's in, what house it's in, who the landlord of that house is. Because the 5 of clubs is a card of very busy monkey mind. So being able to control that mind is going to be important. You're paired with the 5 of hearts. You have pocket 5s, actually. So the way you are navigating through life is through never being satisfied. The 5 of clubs, never being satisfied in your mental realm, and your spirit card is the 5 of hearts, and you'll never be satisfied in the desires of life, which is what is working for you. It's not a bad thing. See, people take my words and like, oh, is that bad? No, nothing's bad. Every single one of you will have energy that is moving you towards your goals. So if you're somebody who is a 5, if you're a pocket 5s, then change and variety is something you should never stop and resist against, because it may change your life in such a drastic way, but it also can bring you your fruits of your loin. Kimberly, how old are you? I am 51. 51. My birthday is February 4th, so 51 in 4 months. Neo boy, you're the 10 of clubs. The 10 of I mean, I know that card well. My mom has that card. It can be a very religious card. Again, it's a 10. So if you're a 10, you're a castle on the chessboard. You are a wall builder. Your job, and then you have to look into so many other layers. That's why, folks, listen. I'm going to tell you what the 10 of clubs are, but this is for everybody, right? If you want to have the best life possible, you got to study all the tools in your toolbox. All of them. Personality types, Enneagram, human design, gene keys, astrology, both Western and Vedic, and Chinese. Then you have personality. I already did the personality types. So these are all layers. This is all your tools. Screwdriver. Did you bring your screwdriver? Yeah, I got my human design. You got your hammer? I got my astrology. You got your chisel and hammer? Yeah, I got my Chinese zodiac. These are all tools in your toolbox. That's why Aquarius is pouring out the water, because this age is going to call for you to know who the hell you are. You can't rely on some organization to tell you who you are. That's old news. What is going to make you great is knowing what your position is for this age of Aquarius. That is what's going to give you your greatness. Not relying on some organization to tell you, you need to fall in line, don't ask questions, just go do what you got to, just do what I tell you to do. No, that's not how it's going to work anymore. Because life is not cookie cutter. So the 10 of clubs is a rook, is a castle. And the 10 of clubs, it can be a very responsibility-driven card. It's paired with the Jack of Spades, which is the card of life is but a dream. So another pair of what I would suggest that you do is doing creative visualization, writing down your dreams in a book. Because essentially you're going to build your dreams. And you have a responsibility to do that, as a matter of fact. It's part of your obligations. It's kind of like, you're a contractor and you got to sub out work. You're building a house and you're the general contractor. And you're subbing out. I need a plumber. I need an electrician. Well, this is how the cards work. I need a 10 of clubs. I'm looking for love. I need an 8 of hearts, or I need a 10 of hearts. This is what you're looking for. This is what we're going towards in relationships and love. I'm telling you, folks. You're going to start looking at people's astrology, their Enneagram, their cards, and you're going to say, oh, you're an 8 of hearts. So you can read about that person. You can kind of get an idea of how they operate and what they're going to be like. That's a huge advantage. You're not going to get the trauma. You're not going to get to know what they're afraid of. That's all what they're willing to tell you. And a lot of then you go into their charts and you can see if they're going to hold secrets. And a lot of people are not willing to tell you everything about their past. And they never will. And there will be trauma that comes with that, and you're going to have to deal with that. That's why a lot of you are living in relationships you can't stand. If you were being honest with yourself, you would say, I can't stand this relationship, but I'm stuck. No, you're not stuck. But you can't stand your relationship. There's things about your significant other that you don't like, and you try to push off what you think they should do. Well, that's not the code for them. You know, every time I do a reading, I normally tell people when I'm looking at their astrological charts and everything that I do, that your parents probably raised you, right? Your parents or your grandparents or whoever raised you, if I take their astrological charts and their cards and tarot and Enneagram and I compare it to yours, I guarantee it's not going to look anything like yours. So they're training you as a young kid to be like their code. And you're not like their code. This is all like, get in line, don't ask questions, get in line. We're not in that age anymore, man. This is an age of, hey, I'm not cut from the same cloth. You may have birthed me into this world, but I'm not cut that way. So there's a lot of parents that encourage their children to go to do that. Like dad was a doctor, forced the kid to go to medical school, and the kid was looking at the dollar signs and how many cars his dad had. Said, I want all that stuff, but the kid's not set up and operating with an astrological chart to be a doctor. So he goes into medical school and he ends up hating his father, and they have a falling out and he fails or whatever. And all part of the screenplay, by the way, because the screenplay and the results of the screenplay cause energy disturbance in this reality, and where it's getting fed off of. So now we're moving into a harmonious reality, and that is because we're moving into, hey, I know who I am. And when you know who you are, you don't need to defend it. You don't need to go force it upon anybody else. You realize everybody's right. You realize that even the stories that they're saying that you don't agree with, well, they're still right. Even if you don't think they're right, they're right. And that allows you to just lay off, and it allows harmony to come in this reality. It's so beautiful what's happening on the world stage right now. Marco, Six of Spades. The Six of Spades is a card of transition. The number 6 in numerology is the cosmic parent. The number 6 is a pregnant woman. That's why the 6th house of astrology is the Lover's card in the tropical system. And the 6th house is Virgo in the tropical system. But Virgo is now the 7th sign. So what becomes the 6th sign is Leo. That's for a different story. But nonetheless, Virgo is the largest constellation, and it's tied to your 6. So if you're a 6, if you're born in the 6, this has merit for your code. It's a cosmic parent. It's a lot of sacrifice. Sacrificing your life for the benefit of mankind. That's what you're being used for, by the way. A lot of sacrifice. But there's going to be a lot of transition in your life because the 6 of Spades is a card of spirituality. And 6 is the first perfect number. So you're here essentially to move through a lot of things. That card, the 6 of Spades, is tied to Genesis 1 verses 2, where it talks about God moving across the waters of earth. The Spirit of God moved across the waters. Well, when you look at the 6 of Spades, the 6 of Swords, it's people in a boat and they're just moving across the water. Because you're constantly you should never refute change, because that's what's going to lead you to your perfection. There's no such thing as that, but your idea of that. And it will be a heavily laden aspect for you to study the occult, because that card, the 6 of Spades, is tied to the movie, because in the 78 card deck spread, it's card 56, and Spirit into Matter equals 56. So I'll just show you the card so you can see what I'm talking about, because it's a very, very beautiful card. Matter of fact, Bob Marley is the 6 of Spades. And he was singing Buffalo Soldier, and Buffalo Soldier is the sun. Buffalo means the sun, the soldier of the sun. So this card right here is the Six of Spades, and you can see that the family's in the boat and they're moving across the water. The Spirit of God moved across the water, the face of the water. It's the sun moving across the water. The Shemesh, in Hebrew, the sun is Shemesh, which is the Lord God moving across the waters, and you now have a human being. So the sun should be a very big marker in your life, Six of Spades, because 6 is tied to the sign of Leo, as it stands right now. And it's a lot of transition. I would be out in the sun as much as you can. You know, that's for everybody, but especially the 6s. Black Suit Spicy says, is it possible to decode my birth time for astrology? You can do you can do a pendulum. You can do dowsing, pendulum dowsing. You can do kinesiology to figure out your birth time. But even if you don't have your birth time, like people ask me, I've had this. I've done readings for people, and they didn't have birth time. So I'll tell you the exercise I tell them. Go into nature. Choose a day on the calendar where you can be all alone. And go into nature. The mountains, the lake, whatever. Whatever gets you off with nature. You know what I mean? Like, whatever makes you feel the best. And the objective for that day is to figure out what time you were born and listen to the voice in your head. You're walking out to the lake. What time was I born? I want to know the time I was born. Please show me. Thank you for showing. Always thank you, not asking. Thank you for showing me. Gratitude. Thank you. You don't need to ask. You give thanks. Thank you for showing me my time. What my time of birth? Thank you so much for showing me. You can pull a card. There's a lot of different ways. And once you have the answer, you stick with that number. And you see, even if you weren't exactly born at, let's say, 6 a.m., let's say you were born at 6 p.m., well, the whole day, you were born into that whole day. So that whole astrological map, as it moves, is playing out in your reality. Those are called transits. So inevitably, even if you're born with a rising Libra, it's still going to move and become a Gemini rising or a Scorpio rising. It's still going to have a component to you. So even if you don't get the exact birth time, the zodiac signs matched up with the celestials will be accurate for you. It's not going to matter. You'll just lose the definition of the houses, which is not that big of a deal. Chad Harris, you were born on March 4th. That's the 6 of Spades. So everything I just mentioned about the 6 of Spades would be true for you. You're born now. You also have the birthday, right? You're born on the 4th. So what is the number 4? What does it mean? It's Dalet, going all the way back to the Phoenician alphabet, Aramaic Daleth. It's the door. The 4 blood types. 7 is the 4th prime number, 7 chakras, 7 colors of the rainbow, light slowed down into physical matter, going through the door. The 4. So if you're born, I was born in the 4th. So 4s have a layer of the onion to them that they are teachers, they are builders, they are doers. Because the 4 represents the cube, the square, the builder, the teacher, the educator, wanting to be educated. So, I mean, if I'm a 6 of Spades and I got a 4 for a birthday, I'm going to be doing a shitload of reading. A lot of reading. Jason's asking what spread I use. I have my own I have a new thing coming out just exclusive for Patreon. It's called Astrological Poker. It's something I haven't even seen. It's something I'm pretty excited about it because I haven't seen it on YouTube. So this is going to be like a brand new system that I'm going to be launching on the world, and it will be exclusively on Patreon for my Patreon members. And that will be infusing tarot with the poker, right? Because we're getting played with by hand. So that's but when I do a tarot reading. Now, if you buy my number 3 reading, my tarot reading, it's a 13 card spread, and that follows the 12 zodiac signs with the 13 in the middle. And that reads your now energy based upon the principles of what is going on in your life right now. And then we can compare the astrological map with that as well to see, if we can kind of get any insight for that. So that's what I do. Beta Juan says, you're a 7 of clubs. Okay. 11 life paths. So I also have another video out on my exclusively on Patreon, folks. If you, there's another way to look at your life paths. It's how to look at your 2 life paths. So if you're interested in learning more, you got to become a member. And I put the content out there for people that really want it, but it is, how to discover your 2 life paths. You probably even have more than that, but your 2 primaries, because we're so used to using the Gregorian calendar, and I'm going to show you how to do it beyond the Gregorian calendar. When I did this for me, it was a game changer, and it really resonated with me more than my Gregorian. My pre-Gregorian, pre-Julian life path was way more accurate than my Gregorian, so for me, it was a life-changing event. So I would even encourage you, like if you're the 11 life path, you're actually going to be a 2 life path, which is a number of duality and working with people and having partnerships in life and all that kind of stuff. And there's a lot more to it than that, but that's what that's based in. Because the second element on the periodic table is helium, and helium comes from hydrogen, and hydrogen and helium are tied to the sun, and the sun is the sun becoming, and that becomes all of us, which is matter, which is partnership, right? So the 2 life paths are dealing with partnership. If you're a 2 life path, it's a life path of partnerships. But the 7 of clubs is a very interesting card because it's the 7, so it's a mystic, but it can, the asset of the 7 of clubs is that it can be very mystical. It can be somebody who can tap into the hidden secrets of life. It can be an occult card. It can be somebody who's very psychic as well. The liability of the 7 of clubs is it can get very defensive. It can get very angry. It can use a lot of Mars energy, and that's not where you want to go. That's an alternative. You definitely will move through that in some ways of your life, but the asset-based aspect of the 7 of clubs is where you turn off the mainstream and you focus on you and you put a lot of energy into who you are. And that 7 of clubs is also tied to the Queen of Hearts and the Queen of Dreams as well, because the Queen of Hearts uses the 7 of clubs because the 7 of wands, because that's a defending what matters kind of position. So you got to not defend what you believe in. You just got to believe in it and then know it. The starting point is believing, and then you move and graduate into I know. Believing is kindergarten stuff. Knowing is professor level. There's a difference in believing and then knowing. There's a big difference in the 2. So if you have gifts, well, you don't need to defend them. You don't need to tell anybody about them. Just go do it. Give yourself permission to go do it. And if you have any fear, then allow the fear to promulgate you towards the graduation of moving into your gifts, because the world needs you. The world could use you right now. And I think it'll be inevitable for you anyway, since you're asking. All right? If you're asking, the answer is always in the question. So if you're saying, should I use my gifts? Yes. The answer is always a yes. If you're asked, should I move? Yes. Go do it. And if you get the flat out no, should I do that? And you know the answer is no, why are you asking? Intuitively, if you have very good intuitive instincts, then just stick with those. Debbie Kennedy, you are a 9 of diamonds. May 10th is 9 of diamonds. Jacob says, tropical has a lot of value, but Vedic is life-changing. Well, I agree. The Vedic system is the most accurate system. Because the difference between tropical and Vedic is that tropical uses the seasons as the marker for the zodiacs. And the seasons are 13 weeks, so they have a widespread angle. The Vedic uses the fixed constellations in the sky, the actual placements, not the seasons, which can vary by the, like when you turn a flashlight on, that light goes way out. You know, I can tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, that like I'll give all of you, let me just jump into let me get my cursor here. Let me just open this up. I just watched Leave the World Behind. I didn't even finish it for the first time. Now, I've already decoded it, right? I've already decoded it. So let me show all of you. So if you've seen this movie, you would have seen this big-ass boat come up on shore, and people are running, and the big taker was called White Lion. There's a band from the 1980s called White Lion. And there's a song called Lights and Thunder off their album Main Attraction. You should probably go listen to the song and the lyrics. But anyway, the White Lion, what is White Lion? Well, it's not only tied to eye in the sky, but it's white, the world card, leave the world behind, and the lion is 16, which is the tower. It's going to be a massive change. That's what this movie, the whole thing was in blue. They're all wearing freaking blue, man. The whole damn movie was blue. Blue. That's why I got this decode coming out called Blue Screen of Death. What is a computer system, operating system, the Microsoft what does that got to do with leave the world behind? Well, the whole thing was about death. And blue. And wouldn't you know it that the RGB color of the Blue Screen of Death, meaning the graphic design color, if you will, red is 0, green is 0, and blue is 255. So this, and we all, and folks, if you know about the people painting their rooftops blue, well, this is part of it. How does a computer code have anything to do with people painting their rooftops and then the whole entire movie of Leave the World Behind being in blue? Well, it's tied to a computer code because you're living inside of a computer. So what is up with this 255? It's tied to this. 1613 is the 255th prime number, and the 16th card is the tower, and the 13th card is death. The Blue Screen of Death, man. There it is in the numbers. Numbers don't lie. The tarot gives us the pictures. There's the all-seeing eye right there. There's nothing evil about it. This is tied to Sirius. It's a Mars energy for this card. Leave the world behind. The Blue Screen of Death, folks. Okay? Death to the world. Okay? This card is tied to the wave frequencies. If I show you this right here, this was one of the greatest discoveries that I was shown, and it was the sun, the sun rising every single month for 13 months straight on the same day every month. You got to do 13 months. And you see what it forms there? The serpent, the dragon wave. And then when I watched Terrence Howard and he showed the Walter Russell periodic table, there's the sun. What do you think the periodic table is made up of? Elements. Where do elements come from? Hydrogen, helium, the sun. And then that made its way into the magnetic field and the electric field, which is what the prison is in this reality. That's what this is. It goes up, it goes down. The sun goes up and it goes down. In the middle is the equator, the Tropic of Capricorn, the Tropic of Cancer. It's now moved into the Tropic of Sagittarius and the Tropic of Gemini. Hopefully they'll rename it. But that's what this is, folks. It's the sun, man. And the sun is spirit into matter, and you become the matter. So if you're a 3 of diamonds, this is card number 29, tied right to the sun. The sun is the RNA. This is RNA, which is the ribonucleic acid, which goes into the DNA. So there's the ribonucleic acid. You can't miss it. Now you have the eyes to see. You cannot miss this. That's the Golden Gate Bridge right there. Golden Gate Bridge. And it forms the pattern of the sun. There it is right there, folks. And this is a light bulb. This is called tungsten. This is a filament. Old style light bulb. There's the pattern of the sun. See, this is man making the sun below. The sun wanting to make itself in the mankind realm, and it makes it inside of a light bulb, which is an artificial sun. This is the so below. This is the as above. But it's the RNA which programs the DNA. And the 29th card in the deck is the 3 of diamonds, which is the DNA, which is the ribonucleic acid. See, if you're a 9, I talked about the 9. If you're a 9 of clubs, 9 of hearts, 9 of spades, 9 of diamonds, you're on the acid side. Now, that doesn't mean you can't get alkaline, but of course, if I was a 9, I would do whatever it takes to be slightly alkaline. I would be eating all alkaline foods as much as I can, because you're built into the acidic layers of this reality. Because 9, by the way, is called Diabolos. Diabolos is 9, the devil, the boogeyman. That's why the 9 is the wounded warrior. Because it's been here, done that over and over and over and over. So acid is the so below. And that's what happens in this reality. We become deoxyribonucleic acid. And it changes everything. But this is what programs, the sun is what programs the deoxyribonucleic acid. And it's from the waves. And you see the RNA and DNA right here. It's in the double helix, the Jacob's ladder. It's right there. It's the sun, man. It's the sun becoming. You know that song by Tool called Pneuma? It's the sun. And there it is in the periodic table, and there it is in the magnetic and electrical field that make up this reality, which is the prison. And this card, 3 of diamonds, is the messenger, and it moves into the 3 of pentacles, which is the collaboration card, the apprentice card. Because now spirit moves into mankind, and now it wants to create through the Trinity, Father, Mother, Child. That's what this is all about, folks. The whole thing. And it's about to change, man. It's about to change. That's what this stuff's telling you. I don't know what that's going to look like. This is not doom and gloom, by the way. We don't preach doom and gloom over here. It's all about love, and it's all about just accepting the reality for the way it is. But these are humdinger things, man. And these are undeniable in my book. And a simple computer code. The blue screen. And I got more. Wait till I show you the dates of Microsoft and the first Microsoft system to put this out. All scripted. All of it. And they didn't sit down with the tarot cards to do it this way, knowing this was in place. No, because behind the scenes is the God. It's God, the supernatural, whatever you want to call it, running this reality, and it's all a big Ponzi scheme, the whole thing. So when death comes, it's supposed to. And one day, you will die. And that is a fact, not an opinion. So I got these big ones coming out. Big ones, because I am so close. So very close. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this in this community, the sun burning out. The sun causing, electrical sparks, and the sun burning out, and sunstorms and all that kind of stuff. That could happen. Well, the Ace of Clubs, Colty talk. The Ace, if you're an ace, the Ace of Clubs are the starting point of the cards. Right? The Ace of Clubs is card number 14. The Ace of Clubs is card number 14. And these aces are tied, like this ace right here, the Ace of Spades, this is Westworld. This is the implant in your brain. And what do you mean? I don't have an implant in my brain. The voice in your head. That's your implant. Well, I'm not going to listen to it anymore. Then you'll never do anything. Of course you're going to listen to it. The Ace of Clubs is the card of Hollywood. Now, what's interesting about the Ace of Clubs is the current Pope of the Vatican, Jorge, is the Ace of Clubs. And like I said earlier, that dude knows a thing or two about a thing or two, and he's not changing his course. Just like Judas Iscariot didn't change his course. In the story, he didn't have a choice. So the Ace of Clubs is the 14th card in the deck, which is tied to the big words God, time, and Satan. What is Satan? It's time. What is the devil? Time. Why do I say that? What happens over time? What do you do? Over the course of your life through time, you sin. The devil is time. And you can, of course, you can tie it to Saturn, which is tied to Satan, and Saturn is Father Time. And you only get so much time. And time eats its children. Yeah, because one day you'll die. So time is going to eat away at you until you finally return back to the ground of where you came from. And the recycling process starts. This card from the Ace of Clubs is a card of a lot of introspection. It's a lot of discovery because it's an ace. So all the aces are new beginnings, new beginnings, new beginnings. This is paired with the Two of Hearts, which is the Two of Cups, which is partnerships. This is the card of Hollywood. This is the 43rd, this is the, hold on, King. No, hold on. What's the fourth? Hold on, I lost my train of thought. 23rd card in the deck. 22/23. 22/23 card in the deck. Okay, it could be two. These cards normally are two different numbers, 22 and 23. 23 if you include the Fool twice. And 23 is called the Royal Star of the Line, and this is the Hollywood card. You see that hand? It's holding a piece of wood. What is that piece of wood? Hollywood. Abracadabra. So this card, if you have this card, it's a card of magic. Straight up magician, like Harry Potter won shit. So you're a magician. What are you going to do? Now what do you want to do? Stop investing in other people. Stop following other people. Just, you're a leader. Aces are leaders. They're not designed to be subordinate. Yes, you're designed to form partnerships and et cetera, but you're designed to create through your dream, your vision. That's why this is tied to Satan, because Satan is time, and over time you create freaking movies and magic in this reality. So is there a real guy named Satan? It means adversary, by the way. Let's clear the air on this Satan dude, shall we? What is Satan? Well, Satan comes from the word adversary in Hebrew, which is where it originated from. And adversary means your ego. That's what it means, your ego. That's why I say be the best little devil you can be, because you don't have a choice. If you start focusing on your ethics and morals, like, hey, you know what? I think I'm going to be a better person today. It was part of your screenplay to be a better person. You conscious, I thought of that. No, you didn't. You had the thought. So if your ethics and morals go up, you're supposed to go up. And the devil is Hollywood. And Hollywood is not Hollywood just in Los Angeles. Earth is Hollywood. The entire world is a Hollywood movie set. So when people say, oh yeah, see the theology says this is Satan's realm. Yeah, it's time's realm. But I'll just revert them right back to Job, the book of Job, where God says, everything under heaven is mine. Well, that means that the devil is yours. I mean, if you were God, would you keep a devil here? I mean, think of this way, folks. If you're sick, that's a devil, right? Moving through you. You got the flu or the cold, that could be a devil. Well, what do? You just sit there and say, yeah, you can stay. No problem. I like to feel like shit. I like to have a fever. So don't worry about it. You can stay. No. You go out and you get whatever you got to get, elderberry juice and spray and throat spray and vitamin C, and you say, hey, devil, you got to get the hell out of here, and the devil's the flu. Well, that ain't happening in this reality, folks. So whatever is happening here, it's supposed to happen. The devil is time, man. And you bring anything new on the world stage, and the devil's going to get it. If you buy a brand new car and you drive it off the lot, the devil's going to get that car. How? Because one day the thing may get into an accident, or it's going to get a lot of miles on it, and it's going to go in the junkyard. And that's what time does. Time is decay. It breaks everything. That's the devil. There you go. There's the summarization of what the devil means. Time. Time is the devil. Yeah, spirit versus ego. Here, you want to see what it looks like? Here you go. Let me show you what the tarot says. The tarot cards are so evil according to the church, but I can decode the church. Any religion with the tarot cards show you exactly what it looks like. So when somebody says, oh, the tarot cards are from the devil, yeah, because it's time. They're built in time. Someone in 1902 when the Rider-Waite deck came out, that was a monument of time. If you watched my scripted Reality 20, I showed you the man who broke the mile record, Roger Bannister, in 1954, ran a mile in under 4 minutes, first guy to ever do it. I was doing a reading for somebody and it popped up in my mind. I ended up using it as an example for the reading, and I'm like, I think I'm going to go check that out because I got it from Bob Proctor and Born Rich. So I pull up Roger Bannister and I look at his astrological chart, and there it was. Right in his freaking charts for him to break the record. Right in his charts. Didn't have a choice. He was a neuroscientist as well. There you go. Let me just go here. So here is the word spirit. Spirit is 19, okay? Which is the same as your soul. My soul, which is the same as your master. Soul, okay? And so the spirit inside of you has an adversary, which is your ego, which is the 15, which is you're on the samsara wheel. You know the samsara wheel that Hinduism talks about? So just how bad is it? So is Hinduism wrong if you're a Christian? A lot of Christians, a lot of religious people, oh, Hinduism's this and it's that. Well, dude, I got news for you. The boss owns yours and Hinduism. It's all the same. Why are you arguing? Because you got to be right. So ego is 15, and ego and spirit are the 19 and 15. Whoops. 19 and 15. Well, I can't spell tonight because I'm trying to type away. So here we go. Spirit, 19. Soul, the sun. And what's the ego? What's the 15th card in the major arcana? The devil. So here are the two cards to represent your spirit and your ego. It's the sun becoming. And when the sun becomes a human being, it starts to live through its animalistic endeavors. Screwing, humping, feeding the stomach. I'm hungry, I'm starving. We use all these words. I'm horny, I'm hungry, I'm starving. You're not starving. You're not in control of your animalistic endeavors because you haven't figured it out yet. The sun becoming. Pneuma, spirit. See the little baby on the horse? The white horse means purity. The red, I would imagine, means infrared, as in infrared. And the devil is your ego. And the ego represents your desires, which is why samsara wheel, the samsara, is the devil card. It's that simple. So, what is the difference between spirit and ego? Desire and non-desire. But even the sun has a desire because the sun wants to come down here and play the game. So the desire of the sun is the 5. 5 fingers, 5 toes, 5 senses. The 5th house of tropical astrology, Leo. Leo's ruled by the sun. The lion of Judah. 2 Peter 5 verses 8. Be on the watch. Be watchful. Your adversary walks about like a roaring lion. The sun. The Lion of Judah. That's your sun in spirit, folks. It's just that simple. When you get into Beta 1 says the light photon was the first to travel in darkness along with time. When you get into the photon of light and you start breaking down the photon of light, you're going to start to see that's what it's all about. It's the light game. You're in the light game. It's the sun becoming into matter. And that's it. I mean, go sit in a room of darkness. Go invite 20 people over of your closest friends and invite them into a darkness party. And say, well, a darkness party, what's that? Yeah, just get a comfortable pair of clothes and I'm going to have a darkness party. And you go into your room in your house where it's pitch black and you can't see anything. What are you going to do with your 20 friends? To start walking around and see how quickly you bump into each other. And start bumping heads. Give everybody a piece of paper and tell everybody to start drawing on it and then turn the lights on and see what your drawing looks like. It'll look like a complete mess. Why? Because light is needed to create in this reality. Out of the darkness comes light. That's why the womb is dark. That's why a seed is dark. That's why the seed reaches for the light. That's why the baby comes out into the light, because you are working in the light. You're a piece of matter working in light. And light is the devil. Because light is the electromagnetic wave spectrum. And electric and magnetic is the prison that you're embedded into, which is the infinity symbol. Jane says dog spelled backwards is God. Yeah, think about that. What's the dog star? Sirius. And where is Sirius at? In Canis Major. The dog constellation. Canis Major is where Sirius is, and Sirius is known as the dog star. How about that? Coincidence? No. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. Sirius is the tower card, by the way. Sirius is tied to soap debt, tied to Sophia. Sophia being 16 in numerology. Sophia being tied to the numbers, the tower card. The white lion tied to Sophia. Neo Boy says, what about the tower paired with the chariot? Well, you would have fast move. The chariot is movement. And so you would have, you would have massive change that's going to be moving quickly. Let me give you guys and gals another sneak peek on something else. Hang on. Okay. I have these coming out. Let me see. So I got this coming out. This is going to be just on Patreon. I'm just letting all of you know. Some of you are like, it'll just be on Patreon. The material that I'm going to be covering in this stuff, man, mind-blowing. Why this energy is so worshipped, and to this day in a big way. Okay, in a very, very big way. Why Ra 88? Because Ra is radium. Right? Ra is radium. And this is where you're going to get Jesus from. Jesus says, I am the light of the world. This is right from the Greek scriptures where it originated from now. And the numerology of it is 226, which is the average isotope for radium 226. 88 is 36. And that matches the word Jesus Christ. Okay? So now you know. All right? So it's all tied to Ra. Ra. This is 18. This is 1. 181 is the 42nd prime number. Recycle. Ra. Okay? Recycle. Ra. So it's tied to the sun and moon. So look at how crazy scripted this is, folks. These are the shapes the sun and the moon make. It's called an analemma as they move through the seasons. And the moon moves through its phases. When you say 88, you get 19 and 18, which is the sun and moon card. What? These make a freaking 88. And when you say 88, it's 19 and 18, which is the sun and the moon cards in the tarot. Yeah, but the tarot's from the devil. They're demonic and they're Lucifer stuff. And then when you go into it and you look at it and you do the sun and the moon, 14 is the sun, moon is 23, you get 88. When you say 14 and 23, 88. There you go, folks. This is nature. So if this is so satanic, if this is so devilish, then why do religions go and worship and do their Passovers on the first sunset, and the sun has to go down, and it's got to be the first moon, and it's all freaking paganism. If you want to really be tit for tat, it's all paganism, folks. The whole thing. Okay? And then when you do radium, now radium has several isotopes. These are the main isotopes now, measured in the laboratory. One of them is 224. Okay? 224 is one of the isotopes. And 224 in mathematics is tied to the number 1423. 1423 is the 224th prime number, which is the isotope radium. 1423. And what's 1423? The freaking sun and moon, which is 88 when you say it. So what do you think Ra is? The law of one is 56. Lights, camera, action is 56. It's the damn movie. The sun and the moon are the bride and the groom. The bride and the groom. That's what these are, folks. And it's the eye in the sky, 37. The eye in the sky. What do you think 14 plus 23 equals? 37. The eye in the sky. Okay? The eye in the sky. The last one I'll tell you right now is the story of Jesus. Jesus had a father and a mother named Joseph and Mary. That's 37, which matches the sun and the freaking moon. 37. And they had a man named Jesus. And the 37th card in the deck is the Jesus of diamonds. The Jack stuck in the box. You and I are Jack or Jill stuck in the box. The box is the cube, which is space, which is the matrix. And these stories, to me, are guaranteed to get you recycled back in. Guaranteed to get you recycled back in. A guarantee. And the last one I'll tell you is, see, we are Cro-Magnon man. Cro-Magnon man is 37. Jack of diamonds, the Jesus. That's why I say you're all Jesus. We're all Jack stuck in the box. We're all Jesus, having the Jesus Christ Superstar experience. And the Cro-Magnon man is the Jack of Diamonds. And it just so happens when you convert Celsius into Fahrenheit, which is the temperature of our body, it's a direct match on both sides. 37 is 98.6. The temperature of the body. We are all Jesus stuck in the box, folks. You're all Jesus. I'm going to give you a couple more because I know I want to show you. How about this guy? The guy who created the freaking piano. Oh, he didn't create it. He was being used to create it. This guy right here, the Italian music maker, invented the piano. How many keys on a piano? 88. Well, how does that fit into his life? Well, you take his birthday. He was born on March 29th. I'm sorry, he was born on May 4th, May 4th. And you take the 88th day of the year, which is March 29th, and look at the days in between. 37. So this guy who was coined to invent the piano, which has 88 keys, 88, he was born on May 4th. And when you subtract May 4th from March 29th, which is the 88th day of the year, it's 37 days. Cro-Magnon man, spirit into matter. Jesus, spirit into matter. 37, eye in the sky, Ra. It's the sun becoming. Okay? Nothing new under the sun. Okay? You can't miss this now, folks. Now you have the eyes to see, man. Now you know what this character is all about. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this character because you are this character. You are Jesus. And your screenplay is your cross that you carry. But this is going to be a big one coming out. Man, the stuff I'm going to show in this one, if you think that was pretty impressive, you should see the other stuff I got coming out. Whoo! Big time stuff, man. Big time stuff. One spark, one breath. Pneuma, sun becoming. Sun becoming. $88 miles an hour. Wait till I show you. I got Back to the Future in there. You want to see where Michael J. Fox fits into that? How about Michael J. Fox? Who's Michael? Jesus. Archangel Michael. Michael J. Fox. Traveling 88 miles an hour to time travel with the flux capacitor. Michael. Jesus. Hello. So ridiculous. Fox is 666 in English numerology. 666 is tied to the sun, the beast below, the sun becoming. Folks, this reality is a lot of fun. As serious as I am, as loud as I get, as animated, as charismatic as I get, I turn a lot of people off because I'm a fan. I'm a fan of life. Even though I'm looking for the way out, I'm still a fan of life. I'm a gratitude junkie. I'm grateful for my life and the people that are in it. I wake up, I'm grateful that I get to live another day. I'm grateful when I brush my teeth. I'm grateful when I wake up and I say thank you to my pillow and mattress and my air conditioner. I'm grateful that I get to go to the ocean. I'm grateful that I get to feed stray cats. I'm grateful that I get to have another meal after doing this show. What are you grateful for? A lot of you like to bitch and complain and put people down and they're wrong and I'm right. Instead of being freaking grateful for your life and giving thanks to whatever created you, whatever the hell that is. But no, you'd rather sit there and try to point fingers and tell them, well, they're wrong. You know what you're saying God's wrong then. If you're going to go out there and say someone's wrong, well, then you're saying that the whole story's wrong, essentially. Be grateful. Ricky asks, Logan, is it possible a simulated scripted reality has been hijacked, or would that be considered scripted? Scripted. What happens when you get a Trojan horse in your computer? What happens when you get a virus in your computer? Sometimes something magnificent comes out on the other end. Like maybe you get sick. You get really sick. And because of you getting really sick, when you come out on the other end and you get better, you become an advocate for health and you start taking what you got used for being sick, almost dying, and now you're a New York Times bestseller. You write a book on your disease that almost killed you. And now you get royalties from that disease that almost killed you. Scripted, or was that just a mere chance? No, scripted. You've made lemonade out of that disease that almost killed you. A lot of you have amazing stories that you don't tell to the world out of fear because mom and dad told you don't do it this way, don't do it that way, or you don't think it's going to be good enough, or you don't know yourself. You believe in too many things instead of knowing yourself. How do you know yourself? You study yourself. Once you study yourself, you know who you are. You don't need to defend it. And then you go out and you be a co-creator, you be a creator. And a lot of you have money in the bank, you just don't even use it because you don't create the things you're designed to create. It's all scripted. Even the things I'm telling you is scripted. But gratitude is where it's at. Gratitude is where it's at. There is no use for prayer. Gratitude. Give thanks. Don't ask, just give thanks. Everything in this reality wants one thing, and that's acknowledgement. No one likes to be left out in the cold. Everybody likes to get acknowledged. Good job. Thank you. Acknowledgement, right? You acknowledge somebody, it gives them the encouragement to go do it again and do it again. Oh, that was good. That was good. Acknowledgement. Acknowledgement. You get energy. You get energy. If you just collect and you just collect and you just collect and you just collect and you just collect, there's no reciprocation. So you collect and then you go and you reciprocate and you put it back out onto the world. That causes the circle to spin. And now you're creating in the giving and receiving aspects of this reality. And it becomes very beautiful. Jason's asking, what are your thoughts on the 6 planet alignment supposedly occurring this summer? I've had some people send it to me. It's not the first time. It's not the first time, but this is a big year. I mean, we are in a leap year right now. So just keep that in mind. And you can do what I would encourage all of you to do is to do your life path for the current year right now. You take your birthday, and you would normally add up your birth year. Well, you just use the 2024 as your birth year, and it'll tell you a little bit about what your kind of mission is for this reality, for right now, for 2024. But 2024 is a leap year. And leap years are a big deal. But, big shout out to Jordan over at Waters Above, my main man. Go subscribe to his words of wisdom. Take his courses. He's a gem in this reality. He's a influencer. But he's not a typical influencer. He's designed to influence you to make your life better. He's not designed to make you feel good about some song by some artist. He's designed to enhance your life, to refine and enrich your life. Those are the people I want to surround myself with. People that enrich my life. Not people that put people down or tell people they're wrong. Once I hear somebody start saying that, oh, I'm right and you're wrong, I'm out. Sayonara. You haven't figured it out yet. That's your code, man. That's my truth. That's my code. See you later. That's negative BS bullshit, lower chakra, not interested. That's ego. That's devil energy. Not interested in that. I'm out. Checked out. And I've done that with a lot of people I used to work with. Checked out. Checked out. So this year may be a big marker year. We'll just have to see. But gratitude is where it's at, folks. If you're willing to consciously focus on your gratitude. Shut off everything in your life. Shut off the mainstream. Shut off your social media. Just be present and be grateful in everything you do. Like every time I have a meal, I'm grateful for it. Every time I go to the grocery store and I swipe my card, I give thanks to my bank. I know it's silly, right? But without that, I'm dead in the water. I rely on that in a big way. So I'm grateful for that. When I buy a pair of sneakers, I talk to my sneakers. When I go on a long bike ride, I try to remember to give thanks to my legs and my feet and my socks because they just gave me my ride. I couldn't do the ride without them. Silly, or is this anything making sense for all of you? See, everything wants acknowledgement in this reality. You're everything. All of it is you. And when you stop acknowledging things, it's like putting a dog in a room and not paying any attention to it. The dog will die soon. Like it needs attention. So that's where it's at. The desire for gratitude. If you want desire, switch it to gratitude. And stop trying to prove people wrong. At least consider it. Nobody is wrong. Because there are no lies in this reality, just like there's no truth in this reality. Everything just is. We've been bamboozled with, oh, are they selling a lie, or are they? No, it's truth. And I use this like it's your truth. You know, that's a perspective to look at. But in the aspect of collective, there is no truth or lies. Everything just is. There's hot and cold, but it's just everything happening to you. There's peace and evil, but it's just everything happening to you. So yeah, there's a lot of, I see some comments in here about things being exposed. And folks, why didn't the exposure happen 50 years ago? This shit that's been going on the world stage, all the chaos and the nasty stuff that you're like, I can't believe this is happening. You think it's just brand new? You think it's only been going on for 6 months? No, it's been going on for a really long time. Why wasn't it corrected 50, 100 years ago? Why? Because it wasn't written in the script to do it. That's why. It wasn't written in the script. Let me show you something. You may have heard this statement before, right? Everything happens for a reason. You ever say this before? Everything happens for a reason. I bet every single one of you have said that. Everything happens for a reason. Well, what does numerology, the science of numbers, have to say about it paired with mathematics? Well, we got 113, right? So I'm going to go to mathematics. And we're going to type in 113. And you're going to see that it's a prime number. Now, prime numbers are standalone numbers. They're very powerful in the spectrum of mathematics. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, these numbers are archetypes. Okay? They're alive. They're living, just like you and I. So everything happens for a reason is ruled by the 30th prime. And we go back to numerology and what's 30? Why does everything happens for a reason? Because you're being role played. That's why. Role play. And what's role playing you? The demiurge. There's another name for it. 30. And the 30th element on the periodic table is zinc, and zinc is 16. And what is 16? hell. You're in it. You're in the lake of fire. You're in it. Okay? You're in it. That's what you're in. That's what I'm in. It's really easy to see this stuff, folks, once you have the eyes to see it and you become grateful for your life and you stop blaming and pointing fingers and thinking that's their fault, it's them, they don't have it right, I'm better than they are, I'm the most this, I'm the most that. You start seeing like that from people, see ya. You're now watching somebody that is sucked down into the matrix and they are part of the same construct that they're trying to go up against. So that's another thing. I see some people in here, like we've talked about, religion and stuff. And I know some of you really kind of, you're challenged by certain groups or organizations. And I'm going to suggest that you become aware of that. And you perhaps tighten that up a little bit in your life. So if you hear the word Jewish or Christian and that pisses you off, then I think that you got work to do there. Nothing should piss you off. You shouldn't get triggered. If something triggers you, then you have work to do there. If you get triggered, you're not being neutral to it. When you become neutral to the things that trigger you, you have refined and you have graduated. As I said, I'm decoding Joel Osteen, who is a Christian. Why would you let Joel Osteen trigger you? Joel Osteen doesn't have a choice. So why would you let somebody who doesn't have a choice trigger you? I'll tell you why you're doing it. Because you're in the habit of doing it. That's number one. Number two, there's an origin to your trigger. Maybe you were raised in a religion and you feel like it screwed you over or it stole time from you or somebody shunned you. Like I was raised in the JW organization. I have no ill will towards that organization at all because it is an organization that is an archetype just like Judaism, just like the Seventh-day Adventist, just like Protestant, just like whatever. They're all the same, telling the same story in a different way, and they're designed to harvest energy. That's it. And they give you a great story, and it seems like it's ironclad, and that's where the trap is. Because every religion in this reality is a part of this construct, which is the matrix, which is tricking you in a sense. Not tricking you, but that's what the word comes from. So, I go back to my religious upbringings, JW, 16 years of my life, born into it. It was a tough, challenging thing to get out of. I enjoy decoding the theology a lot. And there is some truth and merit to its existence, for sure, because it's a script playing out. But I don't get triggered by it. I don't get angry at people that get triggered by me. I really work on observing and really laughing at human behavior and living a life of gratitude. When I see somebody getting triggered by my existence, I'm grateful that I'm not in that person's shoes because I used to be there. And that's not a fun place to be. So if you're somebody who gets triggered by the word Christianity or Bible thumper, if you're one of those people who are getting triggered by these layers in life, I'm going to suggest that you do some research into your origins of why you're getting triggered. Because if you want to graduate and refine yourself, you need to overcome the triggering because you're not being neutral in those areas. Because again, the foundation to consider now, right? I'm not saying it's absolute, but my truth and something to consider here is this reality is a Ponzi scheme. So this reality owns all of the constructs, especially the major pullers of energy. And once you become aware of that, you become less triggered because you're like, why would I get it's going to harvest your energy. When you get triggered, you give it your energy. So instead of feeding what you despise, stop despising. And you'll stop getting triggered. I'll say that again. When you get triggered, you may get despised. Stop despising and you won't get triggered. That's what's, if there is any free will, I say if, then wouldn't you want to put into making your life refined? Where you don't get triggered? Where you can just look at a bunch of people? Like you can walk into a church, like I can walk into any church right now and have a grand old time. Especially at my level of understanding, I can have the greatest time walking in there. I'd love it. Because I see the fun in it. Because I can see it for what it is. Not for what I believed it was. I can see it for what it is. I know what it is. I don't believe, I know now. So when I go in there, I can see people having fun and being merry, and I can appreciate that level of existence for them. I don't have to judge that person because they're at a religion that I don't follow. I can just merely go in there and say, no, these people are having fun and they're excited about life and they're happy and smiling and they're all loving and caring. Nothing wrong with that. That's a cool part of life. But that's about as far as I'll go. But if you get triggered by a religion or a culture, you haven't graduated or refined yourself yet. And that goes for anything else. If you get triggered, if you want to go debate somebody, you haven't refined yourself in that area yet. Because when you get really good at this reality, you will realize debating and arguing is useless. It is the most useless activity that anybody can do. Because you are spending time on trying to prove somebody wrong where how is their life wrong? That's what they incarnated to do. You're trying to tell me that you're basically saying that they should go kill, they should die. Because they're wrong, because they're preaching this story or they're doing that and it doesn't fall in line with yours. Their religion is not pushing what your religion is. So what? So if you want to refine yourself, if you want to get into a state of neutrality where you can be more of an observer and not get triggered, find the origin points of these triggers for you and let them go. Talk to them like they're real people. Like, why am I getting triggered when I hear Christianity? Why am I getting triggered when I hear this person's name? Why am I getting triggered when I hear, Torah? Why am I getting triggered when I hear, Ahura Mazda or Mohammed? Or why am I getting triggered when I hear Mecca? Why am I getting triggered? It's all owned by the same boss anyway. Because there's something that you're still attached to that is a silver lining and you're feeding it. Secretly, you don't even know it, you're feeding it. So if you get triggered, you're feeding that. And that's something that I would highly encourage you to look at in your life and figure out where the anchor point is and release it. And when you have it, it will be a monumental triumph because now there's no trigger in your life with that name or word. You become free. You're free. But if you're somebody who has to be right all the time and you think you got it all I don't have it all figured out. I don't know anything. Trust me. I don't have anything figured out. I just have my truth, and it's not for everybody. Okay? But I don't know anything. And I can say that. And I'm not saying that just to be an ass. I'm seriously like, you go down and you realize that the source code it's a Ponzi scheme. It's like, well, where do I go from here when I know the boss owns it all? How do you move into that now, that space? Well, you can just check out. You can look at this reality and say, well, I know how it works now. At least I have that. I know how it works. I don't believe I know how it works. And then I look at other people's lives and I'm like, man, like that person, they want to argue and debate and they try to prove other people wrong. I'm so glad I'm not there. Like I used to be that person. It's not a trigger for me anymore. Oh, you know what I wanted to show all of you? Let me get this. That's what I missed. I wanted to show all of you the astrological map and why this is so important of Sidereal. Let me just get the chart. Let's see, June. Because there's a lot of people that, and again, I'm not saying that tropical astrology is wrong, okay? I'm going to set tropical astrology aside, and I'm just going to focus on the map of the stars. And I want to show all of you. Just get this open and show all of you. Okay. So I was talking about this blue screen of death, right? And I was talking about this movie, and I just missed it. But this when this boat came up on shore, it was like, I mean, if this really happened to you, you'd be like taking notice. But they made sure that it was white line, and I told all of you that the white is 21, which is the world card. Now, keep in mind the 21st letter in the English alphabet is the letter U, and that stands for heaven and Uranus, right? So the world. And then the lion is 16, the Lion of Judah, tied to Sirius and the Tower card, okay? The eye in the sky. There's the eye, right? So when you take this 21 and 16, the white lion, okay, and you move it into astrology, here is the astrological map right now at the current moment of time. A lot of clustering of energies. But what I wanted to show all of you is the placement of Pluto. Now, a lot of people say Pluto is in Aquarius. Well, it's not anywhere near Aquarius. Okay? It is in Capricorn, and I go to the map of the stars, and this is Pluto right here. This X is Pluto. And do you see it anywhere near Aquarius? It's not even in the realm of Capricorn just yet. It's there now, but it's still kind of in the in-between stage. So even the sidereal map is a little off because it's literally hovering around this area right here. And this 21 is tied to that word white, right? White, okay? White. And then we have the lion and we have the 16. Well, and what is the 16? Well, the 16 is tied in Libra right here. Libra is ruled by Venus. And when the sun gets here, when the sun finally gets here, which will be around November, October, November, this could be a major lineup of Pluto and the 2116, the white lion. And what is the white lion tied to? The sun. The sun and plutonium together, whoo! You would have Capricorn, which is earth, and Libra, which is air. Air and earth. Lightning, sparks, the sun, the white lion. The Tower card and the World card. Through the nakshatras now, right? So I wanted to just provide you with that marker, something to you to consider. And I don't know what that means from here on out. I'm not saying that 2024 is going to be the year where you're going to see this marker happen. And is there going to be destruction, or is there going to be moving into cryptocurrency? Obviously, we're moving into the credit cards and all swiping of cards. That's going to be going bye-bye if the world continues on the path it's going on. Leave the world behind, right? Something to consider. Ricky says our calendar should be 360, not 365. Well, the calendar used to be 360, but because of the way the precession of the equinoxes happened, it's 365 now. That's just the way it is. So Ricky says, so many innocent asleep needs woken up? Well, if they're supposed to get to your level of existence, then they will. If they don't, then they don't. It's pretty much that simple. I mean, life is a solo journey, as is death. Lena says, Guru, what's up, Lena? Are you back home? Or Lena says, Guru means G-U-R-U, you are you. Yeah, that's funny. I think we're gonna, what time is it? Yeah, I think I'm gonna end this transmission. I'll give you guys another one real quick, and then I'm going to do some tarot, and then we're going to call it a night. So I've been saying that we live in a Ponzi scheme. And you can see that Ponzi scheme is 53, which is an 8. And when you do 8, you're going to get 18. And when you do 18, you're going to get 33. And there's your 33 vertebrae. Okay? But Ponzi scheme is a 53. Now, 53 on the periodic table is iodine, which is one half of the I am. I, and you say this a lot. I this and I that. Okay? I, 53. Well, in mathematics, what is 53? The 16th prime number. And what is 16 tied to? Do you remember? It's tied to hell. It's tied to fire. It's tied to light. Playing the light game. If you don't want to play the light game, you become lukewarm. And you get spit out of the mouth. That's how this works. If you don't want to play anymore, and that's a tall order. Okay? It's a tall order. I think it is. But the Ponzi scheme is essentially what runs this, which is the I, and 53 is the 16th prime number. Even the word Yeshua equals 53. It's all designed to harvest energy. Like if you go and say harvest, that's going to give you 26. Harvest energy, which is tied to the source. Source harvesting energy. Which is where you're going to get this information from. Even when you say 2-6, you're going to get 2-6. See? 1, 7, and 9. That's the 41st prime number, which is tied to the Elohim. Let us make man in our image. I could go on and on and on. I also want to let all of you know, I'll share this. This is a pretty big deal. This is a really big deal. Let me see if I can find it.
Is it really that hard to believe that
Hold on a
these
sec,
pink
folks.
salt mines could be petrified giants? Look at how
can get
close
my
it
volume.
resembles.
There we go. So, I have a someone who's family, someone who's very close to me. And this person is vegan. Hardcore. And she showed me a video on Instagram the other day that blew my mind. And it made a lot of sense. And I want to show this to you. And you could do your own research. But this right here is on the salt mines. And what this guy in this video is postulating is that these salt mines were once flesh, human beings, and they are petrified. And the interesting part about this is that sodium chloride is an essential element for the body. He's saying this looks like flesh. It's an essential element. These are all slabs of salt. Salt is essential, and salt is what's left behind. Now, this is where you get theology talking about salt being, ye are the salt of the earth. Okay? So, and the video that I was shown was a video of an overhead shot of a salt mine, and it looked like somebody had fallen over, and it was like a big giant, and it fell over and it got petrified, and this is where they were mining the salt from. And it's so interesting. So we were kind of like laughing about it because she was like, well, veganism and, and we're just, and the joke really is that everything that you're eating is from shit. Everything that we're consuming is from Hades, which is where Pluto comes from. Pluto comes from Plutos, which is the riches of the underworld. Yeah, that's where all the seeds are and the dirt, and that's the story of Adam and, being made from the dirt of the earth. And the breath of Adam was the Ruach, which is the spirit from Hebrew. I think I said that right. The spirit breathed into the nostrils, which is the soul of the sun, the air, which is the oxygenes, and the recycling of the earth. And why we have these cities that they find underground, and you get all this mud flood stuff, and it just goes over the top of that one, goes over the top of that one, goes over the top of that one. So I'm going to be looking at this heavily and seeing that if is salt really just once a person, a giant. And that would obviously be kind of a funny joke. It would make a lot of sense if that was the case. But nonetheless, even if it doesn't matter what your stance is on food intake or this or that, everything dies, and you are eating from shit. Your vegetables, your animals, they all eat shit because it's from the ground, and the ground is Plutos, which is Hades, which is the underground, and that area of life has a contract with the sun above, because light has a contract, the white sun has a contract with the black sun, which is Earth. Earth doesn't give off any of her own light. The Earth is yin, she's feminine, and she needs the yang of the masculine to inject, to give birth to. Think about, the masculine has to inject into the female. The masculine has to inject into the female with earth, and earth then becomes an abundance and grows offspring. And this is where you're going to get all the stories from. But it seems that everything is recycled. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Now I'm not saying that to justify anything. I am merely presenting an idea for you to consider and to maybe go investigate. But it's super interesting. Super interesting. That's why the world isn't going to... Yeah, I know what. You know why the world's not going to end? Because Mike Tyson hasn't gotten in the ring with Jake Paul yet. That has to happen. That's got to happen, man. That's energy harvesting 101. Mike Tyson's the king of hearts. Mike Tyson is the 13th card in the deck. 13 is the golden ratio and pi. The King of Hearts becomes card 50, which is the King of Cups, and 50 is the Tin Man. And Tin Man is I have a dream, and you're in the dream now. You're in the dream. Life is but a dream. This reality is not real. It's real, but it's not. How do I say that? When you watch a movie tonight, is it real? No. But wait, it's real because there's really somebody that acted out those parts, and there's really a cameraman there, and there's really stunt people there, and there's really double body doubles, and there's really a producer, and there's really a sound guy, and there was really a set that they went on, and they really read scripts that someone wrote, and there was really a screenplay writer. So was the movie real? Is the show real? Abso-freaking-lutely it is. But it's not real. Same thing with our reality. This reality is entertainment for the as above. And it ain't real to the as above. That's why there's no such thing as death. Like you don't pay, ladies and gentlemen, consider that you're a killing machine. What do you mean I'm a killing machine? You're a killing machine. Do you pay attention when you walk around outside? Probably not. And you're killing all these innocent insects. These poor insects that have families, that have jobs to do, you're stepping on them and killing them. And you do it all the time. You don't give any thought to it. That's because this reality is about death and regeneration. You kill something that you step on, something will eat it. Recycle. You're a killing machine. Human beings, even if you don't get out there and you're a hunter in the woods, you are a killing machine. And you can't help it. I don't care what status, food, how you eat, you're a killing machine. I'm vegan though, I eat soybeans. Yeah, well, you're part of the killing machine because all those soybeans, they have to kill all those rodents and insects that want to eat the soybeans that you want to eat. You are part of the killing machine. And you'll justify that. You'll be like, yeah, but I'm not. There's factory farms and they're doing this and they're doing that. And, well, you don't think soybeans have feelings? Oh, I know they don't have feelings though, so that's how you justify it. But you're stepping on all these insects and you're killing them. Now you know. So now you know you're a killing machine. If that works for you, go do it. My family is a vegan, man. I'm not. We get along just fine. I used to be. It's just a title. But at the end of the day, both of us are going to die. I don't want to die I don't want to die with any titles. I don't need titles. Titles make you complex. The more titles you go by, the more cults you belong to, the more organizations you follow, the more complex your life becomes. All right. Let's get some tarot cards and call it a night. IV Bolt says, veganism reduces suffer as much as possible. Logan, don't kid yourself. Empathy is key, otherwise all of us are worth holy dog shit. Well, we are holy shit. Watch my holy shit decoded. We already are holy shit. And my brother, I can tell you that I did veganism for 5 years and my health went down the toilet. So it didn't work for my body structure. So what am I supposed to do now? There will be a justification for everything that's outside of your reality. That includes myself. So I'm not for animal suffering, and I do whatever I can. Like just the other day, here in Mexico, we got scorpions. I found two little baby scorpions. They were so small in the bathroom. A lot of people would just kill him. I took him, I brought him outside. It's all a matter of perception. So, and IV Bolt, I hear you, bro. I did veganism for 5 years and my health went down the toilet. So it doesn't work for me. So I don't consider myself a hypocrite. So you see, I'll tell you this. See, I would imagine you wipe your ass with toilet paper, right? You probably do. So that means that you're part of a killing machine because they have to grow trees and they make forests and they cut down and they move animals and they kill animals and kill families and kill insects so you can have toilet paper to wipe your ass with. So it doesn't matter if you're a vegan, you still wipe your ass with toilet paper. So that means you're part of, so now you know, so you don't, it's not being a hypocrite. Now you know that you're part of a killing machine. And it doesn't matter what you title yourself as, if you feel good that you're not out there doing this or doing that. But if you wipe your ass, you're part of killing things. When you go outside, you step on and you kill things, and you constantly will do that. And that's how life is, my friend. There's no my opinion. That's a straight up fact. Something to consider. So hypocrite, not really. Whatever works for you, move towards that. I definitely would never listen to me. But please consider the fact that vegan or not, you're a killing machine. A lot of the products you use are part of the killing machine. Now you know. You buy a cell phone, part of the killing machine. You buy bottled water, part of the killing machine. You buy sunglasses, part of the killing machine. You rent a subscription to Netflix or Amazon Prime, part of the killing machine, because part of what goes into that platform is killing and killing and killing and killing. And you're part of it, so now you know. So are you just going to check out and not do anything in life anymore? No, what you'll do is you'll justify your existence by saying, well, I made a decision to go vegan and therefore I'm not a hypocrite. Well, now I've just revealed to you the things that you are part of, which is a killing machine. And if I'm not here to debate you on that. I'm just merely giving you things to consider. And I'm a fan of life, man. I do whatever I can to help animals. I feed stray cats. I feed stray dogs. And I consider myself a good person. So. IV Bolt says, we cannot negate the core value of empathy. I have a lot of empathy, but I just gave it to you straight up. If you wipe your ass, you're killing animals and rodents and insects. If you're eating soybeans, if you're eating corn, if you're eating carrots, you're killing and you are involved in the killing of insects. I don't care if it's straight up slitting a throat of a cow or it getting sucked up into a farm machine. You now know that there are animals being killed for your existence, for your survival. I mean, if you really want to not be a hypocrite, I would look at your life, maybe go live somewhere where you're not buying toilet paper and you're shitting in an outhouse and you're wiping your ass with leaves and you're not buying toothbrushes because that's involved in killing things. You're not buying toothpaste. You're brushing your teeth with your fingers and baking soda and you're making your own baking soda and you're living off the land and you're not part of society. That would be the only way you would not be a hypocrite and not be part of the killing machine. Otherwise, you're part of the killing machine, my friend. Right now, you're supporting a platform that is part of the killing machine. And now you know. So now you know. So you consciously not going to watch this platform anymore. I guess it'll be up to you. IV Bolt says it's a huge difference to support the modern animal industry or get meat from farms and hunters. Totally agree. But what if you're somebody who can't afford that? Is there any difference from somebody who can't afford it and does it versus somebody who can't afford it and does not? How can there be any difference? Someone can go fly to Italy first class. I can't fly Italy first class. I got to fly coach. Is there any difference? No, we both get to Italy. I get with what you're saying. Trust me, I totally do. I totally understand. I've gone through this round robin a million times over, and I lived the life of a vegan for over 5 years. So I not only talk the talk, I walk the walk. Human beings are killing machines. It doesn't matter what your food regimen is. That is a 1 + 1 = 2 fact. If you walk outside, you kill things. And now you know. You take away families from insects and all that kind of stuff. And now you know. And there's no difference between stepping on an insect and killing a cow in a factory. What's the difference? It's all going to end up facing death at the end. One of them goes out quick. The other one goes out quick. Whatever the case may be, you'll justify it. We justify things. The end result is we are killing machines. So if you don't want to be a killing machine anymore, you would literally have to check out of life and not be a part of society anymore. So it's a fun topic to talk about. It really is. And I'm a fan of all walks of life. So I'm not saying my way is the right way. And I'm certainly not saying my philosophy is the right philosophy. And I'm all for, like, anybody knows me. I'm a huge, like, I like animals more than I do people. Because animals don't talk. People talk. So I'm a fan of animals, and I do my best to go out there and feed the strays when nobody else wants to feed them. And, you know, like, I'm not looking for brownie points. That's my compassion for life. Anyway, let's get some tarot cards and call this a wrap. Call this a night. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here tonight. As you can tell in the background, my new little room here, I like doing these rooms. This is my spirit animal. It's in my totem pole. Oh yeah, I wanted to put this out there. If any of you know a really, I'm not talking what you like. I'm talking the very best tattoo artist. Send me an email, decoderreality@gmail.com. Where would you go? Where have you gone? It doesn't matter. I'm willing to travel, but I'm getting another tattoo, and it's got to be a fine piece of art. So, and it's going to be a jaguar, and I need to find. I want to find a really good one, like the best of the best. I don't care what it costs. What I care about how good it's going to come out. There's a ton that I found already, but I thought I would just throw this out there with the community. So, and you know, those of you like, where are you going to get it? Right here. That's my next one right here. That's my next one. Probably been my last one, but who knows? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's do some. So if you have anybody that you know, send me an email, decoderreality@gmail.com, decoderreality@gmail.com, and let me know. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's run a couple tarot cards for this collective. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Let's see what kind of message we can get. This will be a general overall reading. Maybe it'll be exactly for you. Maybe you'll be somebody who gets a message like a ringing in your head. Maybe you'll get hair standing up. Maybe you'll have a sign. Maybe you'll pull your card. You know, if you're somebody who watches, and I watch a lot to find really good readers, when you find a good tarot reader, and like if you're doing, a lot of people do love readings, right? If you know the person that you're dating, right? You know their birth card, you know their tarot card, and it comes up in your reading, you have a better understanding of that reading. So it's good to know this before you jump into your tarot reading online, because these are general readings, but when you go, remember that the readings are going to find you, not the other way around. So I just wanted to point that out to all of you. So this will be a general reading. I don't, again, let me look at the, let me just point out let's check out the energy here. Hold on, let me just get the, that's not it. Okay, so this is the chart of right about right now. And, obviously a big marker is the south and north node of the moons. K2, the south node, is in Virgo and Hasta, which is working with the hands and massive change. And then you have Rahu in the 27th nakshatra called Ravati. And this is like the most spiritual nakshatra. The word religion is 27. So when Rahu comes in here and it's in the watery depths of Pisces, and what it means to be a human being, it really kind of, in a way, doesn't get confused, but it gets uncomfortable in a sense, because Rahu represents your desires, your ultimate desires. So if you are somebody who is like maybe following religion again, maybe going to a church, maybe you have found Jesus, maybe you found a new layer of your spirituality, well, chalk that up to one layer of it to Rahu here in the 27th nakshatra. And remember, Ravati is like the spirituality. It's the last nakshatra, so it really represents a lot of holiness here. And so Rahu comes in here and it's like, well, what am I supposed to do here? I want to go have fun. I want to go and manifest things. And so it comes into this nakshatra and Pisces to me is ruled by Neptune, and Neptune is addictions. And Neptune right now is in its own home sign of Pisces. It's back in its watery sign, and the moon is right here, right now, on top of Rahu. And we also have the sign of Chiron here in Pisces as well. So this is where you're gonna want to remove. This is the energy of removing layers of your spirituality that no longer serve for your higher good. Removing your wounds that are holding you back. Remember that hell is holding on and heaven is letting go. So where in your life can you let go of some of your hell? And the hell aspect is resistance. Where can you move into this new chapter of your life where it will give you a new addiction? Because Neptune, to me, Poseidon represents addictions. And we all have addictions. So addiction doesn't have to be a bad thing. We normally correlate the word addiction to something negative, but it's not. Again, everything just is. So addiction can be alcoholism, but it can also be working out. It can be golf, decoding, right? I'm addicted to decoding. My Neptune is in Sagittarius. Sagittarius is the hermit in Jupiter. The expansion of my addiction is through decoding, et cetera, et cetera. So there's that layer there, but it's all in Pisces right now, which is a very mystical sign. It's a watery sign. It's ruled by Neptune / Jupiter. Jupiter is right around the corner here in the sign of Taurus. So we have Jupiter in the high priestess area in the tropical, and this is studying the occult and all that kind of stuff, finding your spirituality through the occult, et cetera, et cetera. The sun here with Venus, with Jupiter. The expansion of the world right now is through this layer of Taurus, which is a lot of you are looking for security. A lot of you are seeking security. If you're somebody who has some Taurian energy in your life, well, then you're probably somebody who really relies on structure in your life, because Taurus is the bull, and the bull is very structured. It's a very slow-moving animal, but it's dependable. You realize that, like, in the tropical, Aries is the seed planter, and the bull is the plower of the field. So it's definitely somebody who is harvesting its own energy. It's very comfortable. Venus is in its own sign right now. So it's a lot of security with, this is financial security as well. We also have Uranus here, which just is just at 0 degrees Taurus, and Uranus is the representation of cryptocurrency. Uranus is the ruler of Aquarius. So we now have, and this may be where crypto starts to turn around and starts to move towards its forward progression in our reality, because Uranus is one of the rulers of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency being the sign of Aquarius, Uranus being the ruler of Aquarius, Uranus moving into Taurus. Taurus is Venus, and this is all about being comfortable, financial security, Jupiter being here, the expansion of financial security, Mercury being here, the way you think about financial security. So all these layers, if you resonate with this information, Well, now you know how big of a marker the astrological chart has on you. Okay? So consider these layers as we move into this this reading. So we have a lot of Pisces energy and Taurus energy. Okay. All right. So let's see what we can get here. So the first card for this, what's your question number 77? Is the Moon. The Moon being the 18th card in the deck. The Moon being the 18th card in the deck, and the Moon being tied to your feelings, the way you feel about life. That's why you go on the honeymoon. The Moon is feminine. It's like a pictograph of the Earth. The Earth is feminine. The Moon is feminine. And the Moon card, of course, can represent shadow self and hidden desires and hidden motives. Yes, it can mean that. It's the sun at night. Well, let's get some further cards for an extension of what this is about to say. I have no idea, but that's the starting point. And the Moon right now is, remember, it's right on top of Rahu. And that's right in the 27th nakshatra, sitting in the house of Pisces. So the Moon in Pisces, it's very watery. And I feel like the Moon is a very good placement for Pisces because of the water position and the Moon having a big say with the water aspect. Okay? So let's get this card here. The next one is Strength. The Strength card. Now, this card can mean controlling your animalistic desires, as I mentioned before. That's why the lion is there and being held down by the woman, the infinity symbol over her head. So we now have the insight into animalistic endeavors, strength. But let's see a little bit further what this means right here, because I don't have a clue. Yeah, we have Moon and Strength. I don't really know much more than that, but let's see what we can get here. So as the third card, well, we have the card in the tropical. This is the card of Pisces. We move into Vedic. This would be the card of Aquarius. This represents Aquarius much more than Pisces because of the fact that Aquarius is across from Leo, and Leo is ruled by the sun, and there's the sun right behind that man's head. So we have some Aquarius energy here, Pisces/Aquarius, the Moon being in Pisces right now. But let's keep going. I'm going to get two more cards here. We're going to get a total of 5, and I'll see if I can't bring all this message home for all of you. The fourth card in the deck was Death, right? We talked a lot about this. So we have Enlightenment here, the Strength card and the Moon card, but we have Death here. And the Death card comes in, and obviously the Death card is removal of something, changing of the guards. But there's enlightenment before that, but maybe the enlightenment is the removing of that, of maybe an idea that you thought was true at one point. Well, let's get the fifth card here and see what the final message is and all. So we have the Dreamer. We have this card is super interesting because it's the 43rd card in the deck, tied to Hollywood. It's the Four of Swords. It's the Dreamer. So at the very ends of the spread here, we have the Moon, which is tied to the Dream. We have the Dreamer at the end, which is a card. This Four of Swords is a card of going into the quietness of your life. We have the Moon at the other end. We have Strength sandwiched in between with the enlightenment of the Hangman, and we have some Death right here. Let me add these up, and then I'm going to give a little bit more of an interpretation. Let me see what I got here. So we have 18, we have 8, we have 12, we have 13, and we have 43. So we have 94. So, okay, so the message, part of the message here is 94. All these cards add up to 94, and 94 is plutonium. Now, we talked about leave the world behind. So there is a message here about massive change. Plutonium, there's a reason why Pac-Man was one of the most popular video games in the world. I don't know if you knew this or not, but on the game board, there's 244 pellets, and the average weight of plutonium is 244. So when that Pac-Man goes around and ends up, which they called it Puck-Man, and that's 19, that's tied to the sun, that's why it's yellow. When that sun goes around and eats all those pellets, the game's over, and not the game's over, but you level up. And this is the blue screen of death. So I really feel like there's some massive change in here. coming into play. I really think that all of you should really be using your insight with this Hangman card right here, what you're being guided to do. I'm going to also suggest to control your animalistic instincts. Stop playing the game so much. This is a card of being balanced. This can be a Scorpio Libra card. The Libra card is balance. How do you be balanced? Stop living in your lower chakras. Take a break. Take a break from your animalistic endeavors. And if you're willing to do that, you'll have some enlightenment come in. I don't necessarily look at this card as where you're surrendering, because you don't have a choice in the matter, but there's some kind of enlightenment coming in, and the enlightenment will bring you great change, and that great change will bring you some new imaginative area of your life that you'll be able to discover. And today, the moon is right there on top of Rahu, and this obviously was a marker for the spirituality aspect, being in the 27th nakshatra called Revati in the sign of Pisces. So you got to look to your Pisces and see what's there. Maybe there's something transiting there for you. But the message overall, we have plutonium, massive change coming here. And I've been saying this for a while, and maybe for some of you, there has been some massive change that has happened in your life. Again, this could be a message just for one of you here. I don't know. This could be a message for a lot of you, but for me, okay, Logan, what would you do with your life? I'm going to start using my imagination more. I'm going to make some massive changes in the way I'm doing things with my imagination. The sleeper card, which will bring me enlightenment. But I think one of the requisites of that, ladies and gentlemen, is controlling your animal instincts, shutting off the lower chakras, engaging in the game, playing the game of life, shutting off those lower chakras so that way you don't have to worry about getting some or needed to go out on a date. Spending some time alone. And massive change will come in the moon, of course. There may be something in your life that will be relinquished. There may be something in your life that you will begin to see. This is the card of waves. There's a reason why the moon is controlling the tides. The word wave is 18. This is the 18th card in the deck. We live in the waves. That's what runs our reality. A new wave is coming. Essentially, this can be read, a new wave is coming that will allow you to control your animal instincts, to become enlightened, to remove something that no longer serves you, that will open up a brand new pathway to a new imagination in your reality. What is that going to look like? Let me pull one card from the Bugs Bunny deck here, just for clarity. Look at the bottom there, the 8 of clubs. Let me just pull one card from the Bugs Bunny deck to kind of get a little bit of a clarification on the overall message here. To bring all this thing home for all of you, and then I'm going to call it a night. So the final card, the final message for all of this, it's the 7 of diamonds. So this is a card of, if you move it into the tarot, it becomes the analyzer. This becomes the 71st card in the deck, which is the 20th prime number. Essentially, this is like God looking down at you, observing all the things you have in your life. This is the card of, this is the 33rd card in the deck. So this is analyzing your entire life. The overall message is analyzing your entire life to figure out what's going to stay and what's going to go. What's going to stay and what's going to go. This card is a Venus-Saturn energy. And Venus is love and Saturn is time. So what do you love in this reality that is moving through time? What's going to stay? We're talking about the honeymoon. Those of you that may be in a relationship or dating, this is the honeymoon stage. But I'm suggesting to control your animal instincts. Don't rush into it. This will give you enlightenment. This may remove a specific habit that you normally move towards, which will give you much more power and put you at ease. But this right here is a card of one of the cards of graduation, because 7 chakras, the crown, the 33rd card in the deck. This is also tied to arsenic and the removal of something. This can mean poison. Maybe you know somebody that's a 7 of diamonds. Again, any of these cards, if this is a love reading for you, somebody may have, we got 3 major arcanas out of 5 cards. That's a freaking big deal. But if anybody that you know is a 4 of spades that you're interested in, actually we got 4 out of 5 cards that are major arcanas. Wow. 4 out of 5. The only one is the sleeper. And this card right here turns into the 54th card in the deck, the 4 of swords, which is tied to phosphorus, which is the light, the dream. So something is changing here. But if you know somebody that's a 4 of spades, this may be a reading specifically for you or have a lot of merit for you in your reading. If you know somebody that's a 7 of diamonds, you may have some more layers to this reading than anybody else. But clearly here, ladies and gentlemen, there's maybe a hidden side that will be revealed, that will go bye-bye. But there needs to be some pausing in your life. Slow down, pause, take a break. Don't just rush into it. Slow down, be balanced. Because there's some change coming in. I love these cards. The ones that everybody gets afraid of. Most people get afraid. I love these cards because it means change coming in. I'll give you an example. I sit with a card deck and I ask it questions. Well, last night. So I had somebody work on my website, right? To add some code, to add the numerology cipher for everybody to use. You saw me use it tonight, but it's not there anymore. Well, anyway, the coder that went into my website jacked up the whole thing. And I didn't know this. It's been sitting this way for probably 2.5 weeks. So last night I asked what's next for me, and this is the card I got. It was literally like 11:30 at night. And this was the card I got. And I'm like, okay, well, that means change coming in. And I just so happened to sign into my website and it was all jacked up. And I'm like, oh. So now I knew what the tower was. It's inhibiting people to get on the website. So that was my tower moment. And it was spot on. And it does the card. I'm so in tune with them now. I can sit down with a deck of cards, my Bugs Bunny deck, whatever, and I can just sit there and not speak a word, and just ask questions and just pull cards out, and I just get my answer. I know what they mean, and it's so magnificent. It's so beautiful. And what I normally do, and I want to just kind of end this transmission like this. If you're somebody who likes to pull cards for yourself, because a lot of people say you can't pull cards for yourself. I say hogwash. You can't. Absolutely, you can. I like to get readings. I think it's cool, but once you get in tune with these cards, especially the cards of illumination, when you get in tune with them, you start pulling cards, it becomes so magnificent. So now what I've got in the habit of doing is giving thanks. Closing my eyes, getting in tune with Source, and just being grateful. And I ask it how it's, I'm like, hey, how you feeling? How you feeling? Or thank you so very much. And the cards that pop out blow my mind. Like I was asking Source, hey, how you feeling? What's going on with you? And I'm like literally having a conversation with, whatever you want to call it, higher self, God, whatever. And I'm like, what's going on with you? And I pull out the 5 of diamonds, which means I'm super busy, man. And it's so funny because God's a stand-up comedian, whatever that looks like. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm kind of going off in a million different directions, but that's what I do. I like to give thanks to the Source or whatever that is. I don't really like to use the word God, but I like to just I have this connection with Source, and now I can talk to it, and it's too bad divination. People are like, it's the church. It's like, oh, that's so this and that's so that. There's nothing. Divination is just a myth. It's like a superstition, like black cats are unlucky. So Jane says, are you going to make your own deck? Yeah, I have stuff in the works. That's happening. I got a new system I'm coming out with just on Patreon called Astrological Poker. It's going to be just for members. I got that coming out. That's pretty sick. I have a pretty cool setup. It's only going to get better, so I got that coming out. Yeah, a lot of good fun stuff, but a lot of big decodes, a lot of big reveals, like reveals that I've never shown that are so, like that raw decoded is so mind-blowing, and then the blue screen of death and the other ones that I was showing, I have a lot of big decodes coming out. So yeah. Omnius Dark Power says he's funny as hell. Oh my God. I mean, I say it. I don't look at God as a he or she. I look at it as it, or, or source or whatever. But I get your point. I think we're programmed to say he is, him. And that's the whole chicken or egg debate. That would be the chicken, or like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? So. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you got something for you on that card pull. The message, I hope something gave you some insight. And I guess we're going to call it a night. So okay. So let me find a song, and we're going to wrap this sucker up. Let's see what I want to play here. All right, here we go. So here's a song by Europe. I played this before. I love this song. I'm a rocker at heart. My roots are rock. And this is the great band Europe from the 1980s. Joey and Company, Joey Tempest and Company. This is called Walk the Earth. Support the band. I'll have this in the description of the video. You can click on it. Amazing video, amazing band. They've been around a long time. But this song, man, is a great rocking song. And this is all about being the best star you can be, being the best little devil you can be down here in this reality. So ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining in on this What's Your Question? I appreciate each and every one of you. Big shout out to Pam and the moderator. Thank you so very much for showing up, even if it was your body double. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. My name is Logan, Decode Your Reality. Until next time, we will see you later.